We're a small and loyal crew. We have, I think, 140 people who said they were coming, so we'll see what actually happens on the day after annual progress and how people are inspired to stay or not. I am Sue DeLesio, Director of Connectional Ministries, and it's good to be here. It's good to share together and learn this morning and this afternoon and explore some of the issues of cultural competency, led very capably by Reverend Dr. Lamar Gibson and Reverend Dr. Grace Kahiwa. I think most of you, us, know them because they are part of who we are. They're part of our connection. And one of the fun pieces is to discover that in our connection, we have people who are experts at many, many different things. We have people who are experts in cultural competency, in systems theory, in counseling, in economics, in music, in theology, in social justice, in communications, in, you name it, music is one of my trainings and expertises. So we have all kinds of expertises among us. And one of the things that I've seen in our conference once in a while is that we discount each other because we know each other. And how can they be an expert? They're not from outside. Right? And yet we have people among us who have the actual literal training as well as experience in varieties of things. So we welcome them to our midst. But before we do that, we're going to take some other time to worship for a bit. We are going to be spending some time till about 9 o'clock. I might give you a little bit of a time for a break. We're going to be doing mostly talking. But before I start with all of that, I want to bring you greetings from Reverend Dr. Bishop Picciolini, who is on his way to Zambia this morning on a mission trip, part of his president of UNSOR responsibilities. And following that, he is going to join Reverend Im Jung in a spiritual pilgrimage in the hospital again. And he's going to be in good faith and is hoping to stay safe, as we all are, with not getting COVID in his many, many travels, and then being able to take a spiritual journey on that time and renew his spirit, renew his energy, so that when they return to us, we have him more filled and fulfilled. He wanted to extend Bishop John is always thinking. We talk about him as the Energizer Bunny. He never stops. Yesterday morning we had a 7:30 in the morning email saying, has anybody thought about something that we've been thinking about probably most of the night when we waited until 7:30 to email us about it. And this morning on his way to Zambia, Dan Shereen said that he got an email saying, please make sure you greet from me. Please make sure you let people know that I'm thinking about you and praying for you and with you in spirit, because he wants us to know how much he cares about us. Always thinking, I'm guessing that as he travels, we will never be far from his heart, his mind, and his plans as well. So welcome to this morning. We have had, that's good. Now it's taking me out. Closed out my Bible. I don't understand why sometimes things stay and sometimes they disappear. Yeah, I'm going to get it all over again. We have been spending time with Romans 12, and it is one of my favorite passages as well. And I have done, when I was in seminary, I did a lot of study on this passage, the first 2 verses. Go, search, continue to go there. If anybody have a Bible, my phone is being very, 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 very uncooperative. Okay, never mind, I got it. I finally got it. I have had it memorized, but I want to be sure I'm saying it correctly. So this is the passage. I appeal to you, therefore, brothers and sisters, on the basis of God's mercy, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice. And I'm always grateful that the word living is in there, because oftentimes sacrifices are not living. But as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your reasonable act of worship, or it could be spiritual as well. Somebody's trying to get in here, I don't know why these doors are. Okay. Do not be conformed to this stage, but be transformed by the renewing of the mind, so that you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. This is the word of life for us today. Thanks be to God. As we think about this passage, or work with this passage and live with this passage, it is popular because it has so much packed into these two verses, so much meaning. One of the studies I have done is on human mental and emotional and spiritual growth and how we develop across time. And I studied with a man named Dr. Robert Keegan from Harvard, on community change work that he's done. And he started out in education and learned all about how children develop. You know, we have all these different stages of development for children. It starts with Piaget and others. And as we study, most of the developmental theory starts with being born and goes to somewhere around teen or young adult years. And then some people grow wise and they die. And what Bob started to wonder is, do adults grow and develop and change? Or is it just done when you hit the age of 24 or 20 or 18 or whatever time those theories have? And he decided to study that. So he has spent his lifetime studying adult developmental theory, and he has all kinds of interesting things about adult developmental theory. But one of the parts he talks about is that as we grow and change, most of the time when we have training like today, when we have things that have happened to us across this last few days, we get a lot of information. And a lot of educational theory is around, I remember when I was a kid, I had a teacher that said, I wish you could drill a hole in your skulls and just pour all this information in you. Well, we're like containers that everybody pours information into. So we are informed all the time. We are formed as people and in our bodies and our spirits, but we're informed a lot in our educational work. And what happens is, just like pouring water into a container, we can pour more and more information into us and keep pouring, and guess what happens eventually? You've been there. We've had, I'm guessing you're there in some ways now. We've had so much going on that our minds, our spirits are overflowing, and we can't contain any more. Well, that's been the sort of the policy of developmental theory, is to keep filling us, hoping, like watering a plant, that the roots grow and that we can grow with that information, and that happens. However, one of the things that Dr. Keegan talked about is that we can become transformed. And transformation means that our capacity to hold new information, our capacity to learn and grow and change, expands. It gets bigger. You've experienced it, right? There are times, and we talk about these often as spiritual experiences, times where we're walking along and suddenly we see the world in a whole different way. I remember one time I was in college and my family was on a vacation. And as a flutist, I took my flute along and we camped So I would go out in the woods somewhere privately as far away as I could get from everybody, and I would play my flute. And one time I was in the middle of a field, and it was a very windy day, and so I had to figure out if I stood facing the wind, everything would blow back and my flute wouldn't play. If I stood sideways to the wind, I couldn't hear myself because it would blow my sound away. And so I stood with my back to the wind in this gorgeous place, and I practiced and played for a couple of hours. And what happened is suddenly in the middle of that experience, I had the words, and I was having some struggles in my own life at the time. The words "'Tis the gift to be simple" came to my mind, and it'd been a nice song before. But the whole, that it just sang itself into me over and over and over. "'Tis the gift to be simple, 'tis the gift to be free. 'Tis the gift to come down where we ought to be. And when we find ourselves in the place just right, we'll be in the valley of love and light. When true simplicity is gained, to bow and to bend, we won't be ashamed. To turn will be our delight, till by turning we come round right." I have lived with that ever since, and I have been a pretty stiff-spined, proud person as a child to a teenager, trying to survive some chaotic things in my family and in my life, and I learned to bend and bow a little bit more. I worked at learning how to do that anyway. I worked at learning how to see the world. It helped me to see myself and my relationship with others and the world and my faith in a whole different way. That's the transforming. My capacity to learn and grow and change grew because of that experience. I've had other experiences like that. I want you to turn to a neighbor, maybe someone you don't know well yet, if possible, but you're welcome to talk to the person next to you or nearby you, it's up to you. And talk about, share one time when you have experienced, it doesn't have to be that kind of thing. It could be reading the Bible and suddenly feeling your heart warmed, if that sounds like a familiar story. Or it can be a time that you learned something in math and suddenly you understood some stuff differently. It doesn't matter what kind of transformation, but have you experienced a time where you were transformed? And so I'll give us some good time. Maybe I'll see when the conversation starts to wind down. Please don't talk about 15 other things. I can't tell that when conversation is winding down. But share your experiences back and forth with one other person, maybe two, but that means you have less time with each other. And share a story of that transforming, life-expanding understanding. For those who have come in since your cut, I'm bringing up from Romans 12 on here too, so we know the passage we're working on it with that particular. The idea that we can have information that comes in and then we can be transformed, which means that our capacity to hold information, our capacity of who we are grows and expands and is changed. We've had times that have been surprising and life-changing experiences for us. There are other times where it's just a tiny bit. I worked in my first appointment as a student pastor. I was in a very highly marginalized community of people. Some of 400 people, they were all white, rural, but 80% of the town was on welfare, and everybody who moved into that town had something wrong with them. It was just a very marginalized group of people. And of course, I'm coming in from seminary and wanting to help them make all these changes. And I realized for them, 1/4 inch was a victory. To be able to change and learn something that much new. And then I realized there are hundreds and thousands of times in my life that 1/4 inch is all I could handle of change, of transformation, where I gained a piece of information that sometimes was here and then over here and then over there, and putting them together suddenly expanded my understanding. There are times where I'm listening and learning and getting informed, changes and transforms me. So it's not just spirit times or marvelous times, it's also times where we are gaining information. One of those places for me has been working cross-culturally, working and learning about life and how we do things when we work with people who are different from us. And that difference can be essentially, I grew up all over the country in some ways, but mostly in Wisconsin and from country, but I ended up in the city of Milwaukee. And so I became a pretty citified person. So my first student appointment in a town of 400 people, that was a cross-cultural experience in many ways. And working with people who were on welfare and who were proud of it, generations of people who had, the governor pays my check, it pays me, the governor signs my check, they would say. And where violence and drug addiction and alcoholism were a part of life. The town where they worked, the places they worked, required you to work at least 15 days in a month, or you get fired if you missed more than I think it was 10 days of work in a month, because they couldn't keep people more than that. Because after a weekend of bender, sometimes Monday doesn't happen for you, so you just don't show up. Or if you're going to go somewhere on a bender on the weekend, sometimes Friday is a day you don't want to be there, and you just don't show up. That's the way it was in that town. And that was a cross-cultural experience. Many times I'd be sitting there smiling and my proverbial mouth hanging on my jaw on the floor as I'm listening to people talk about their lives and astonished that this is normal for them. Then I realized the way I grew up was normal for me. And I didn't know any different than what I grew up with. It was my normal. And that we all have our normals, things that other people might be aghast at or might be surprised by. Just part of what we lived with when we grew up, so we all have that. Working cross-culturally has been a particular passion of mine since I was about 14, and I have been doing that more and more intentionally and intensely. However, I still have my learnings. I still learn something every time I participate in training, in reading another book. There's a way where I'm expanded. I never can have somebody else's experience, but listening to others talk can help bring my empathy into play and expand my view of the world in a way that helps me be a better person. We're trying to do that, working at doing that, planning to do that in our conference to help all our communities, all our churches, all our people have some experience that broadens their understanding. As a district superintendent, I would go into churches and I talk about working cross-culturally. They say, why do we have to do that? We're all white here in this community. And I say, have you talked to people in your schools? And to their shock, they find out that half the students were Spanish speaking. Or they didn't realize, as my grandmother one time said, I said, well, everybody in this town is white? Yeah, we don't have any people, Black people in our town. And I said, well, what about the person who owns the restaurant in town who's Black? And she said, oh, them? Oh, I don't think of them that way. They're just the owners of the restaurants and neighbors. So it's okay, that's fine. However, we have these blinders that still assume that we all have the same experience and that we all have a white experience, a westernized white experience in our world. And we're working at helping us to recognize that we are a diverse and wild and wonderful people. That as we start to experience other people and let other people be part of our work and our ministry, to not just let them, but to discover the gifts that different people bring to us across our cultures and our ways of living, we are expanded, our lives are changed, and we have new ways of understanding our world that can become gifts to us. And that's what we're about. And so today's training, I experienced a different version of this, but an experience of this when Lamar and Afi and Grace did training in Pine Lake many months ago now. I was highly impressed with it, and I invited them to come back here and do this. They are training on online once a month. There are training sessions happen, and they'll talk about that. But I can tell you, in listening to that training time, I was transformed. I was not totally different new person, but I was expanded. I had some new understanding, new insight that helped me relate to people in a different way, helped me think about myself in a new context, in a new way, and helped me expand my experience of life. So I hope for you today to have your container open, your spirit open, to hear what's being said, to think in new ways and different ways, so that we can be blessed by what Reverend Dr. Picciolini and what Reverend Dr. Gibson are going to be sharing with us. To allow their training, their information, and there will be a lot of it because they're both scholars and love information, as well as living and playing and laughing. They love information. And so we're going to have a lot of information given to us today. Allow it to expand in you. I will be open and ready to hear something that's going to help me see the world just a little differently, maybe majorly differently today. So we are excited to welcome the two of you here. But before we do that, I'm going to invite us to a prayer. Gracious God, you constantly are blowing through our midst with your spirit of life and liveliness. May we be able to dance with information. May we be able to allow your spirit to blow in us and help us to fly in new directions and see the world in new ways. We invite you to inspire us and inflame our hearts and our minds with who we can be as we work together and to understand each other in new ways. We thank you for the blessings that you give us through Reverend Dr. Gibson and Reverend Dr. Picciolini, through their training, through their knowledge and experience. May we also be blessed through them, and may they be a blessing and blessed through you. We pray all these prayers, and of course there are so many other prayers we have: needs, hopes, dreams, celebrations, worries, our world, the violence, the issues that are happening, people who are hungry, ways that we wish we could share more and do more. We have all that we bring to you. And know that in your great work and movement in our world, we as United Methodists are part of that movement, and we can be your people as you inspire us and live in us and enliven us. We offer these prayers, as always, in the name of the one who taught us how to live, Jesus our Christ. Amen. Amen. Please, let's welcome, I think Reverend Dr. Gibson is starting.
Thank you, Sue. And thank you for being here. I guess it's safe for me to take my mask off from here. Been doing Competence after Competence after Competence, so every time I get into a situation, I'm always scared, and I run home and I take the test. So far, so good. Thank you, Sue, for the introduction. You know, Sue is so resilient and so flexible and so adaptable, and she can rise to every occasion, and I appreciate that about her. I do want to know that, I don't know how you feel about the annual conference, but I thought we had some great preachers at the annual conference this year. And so I'm thanking all the preachers, and I'm thanking Sue also for her leading devotions today and for her words also. My name is Lamar Gibson, and that's probably what makes me feel more comfortable. Titles are nice to have, and you try to use them to express other people with titles, I guess. But you all know me, Ms. Lamar and Grace. I'll tell you a little bit about my credentials, and Grace will tell you a little bit about hers. But thank you for being with us this morning. What I'm going to cover over the next maybe hour, 40 minutes, is some concepts that we believe are foundational to bringing about diversity in churches and reducing prejudice. And that's what cultural competency is all about, of course. It's about being able to interact with people who have different experiences and different heritages from us, being able to react with them in ways that are positive and constructive, and do not contain harmful content. And so that's ultimately where we want to go with that. My background and a lot of my training has been skewed towards conflict resolution, conflict transformation. And as a result, the model that I've been following for my presentation comes largely out of the conflict arena and also out of social psychology, which grounds a lot of the conflict work. And so that's the bias that undergirds the conceptual items that I'm talking about. And it's an approach that I think there are other approaches, there are other approaches, of course. But this is the approach that kind of guides us today. So let me see. I'm not a technical expert, but those are my credentials for anybody that think you need to see them. Our purpose is we just want to provide some basic concepts. This is not in-depth. You can't do it in 6 hours. You know that. But we at least want to hit on some highlights and some of the principal concepts that could be helpful in moving churches towards being more culturally competent and in being able to do well with cross-cultural appointments. I've been in at least 4 cross-cultural appointments in my pastoral career, and only one of them was not an extended battle. Both within myself and with the congregation. We had a lot of good moments, of course, but there was always an undercurrent of struggle. And what we would hope is that cross-cultural appointments would not get to the point where pastors have to flee the safe spaces because of the continual struggle that's present in the context that they spend so much time. And so that's one of the reasons why being able to become culturally competent and being able to receive cross-cultural appointments would be very, very helpful. Now, I know some churches have already moved significantly in that direction. And so without assuming that everybody's at ground zero, we know that many churches have done quite well. And I moved forward very well, and some pastors have too. So we understand that. And we're not saying that it's nobody's progress, because we know that a lot of churches have. Just a little bit about how I hope our day will go. And hopefully it'll go that way, it may not. But we're doing the introductions, which is now. And we're just gonna ask you if you have some questions you want to have answered, or if you got some other comments you want to make before we get started. But we're hoping that from 9:30 to 10:50, we'll do foundational concepts, and we'll break maybe around 10 or so for maybe 15 minutes. And then Grace will lead us to cultural competency. She'll do that up until lunch, and then after lunch. And then after lunch is over, then I will talk about, I'll present a model and a couple of approaches as a suggestion as to how you might want to begin doing cultural competency in your congregations. So, first of all, before I begin, any questions, comments, thoughts, or what would you like to get out of this, or is there just going to be silence? Yes.
Well, I just wanted, I'm Jill Dolan, I'm from Wild Rose United Methodist Church. Just how do you encapsulate kind of the rationale, you know, like an apologetic way, not, you know, to the congregation, like you said earlier, why do we need this training when, you know, we're all the same? And how do you approach that type of a question in a way that is kind of opens some understanding of the why?
Boy, there's a huge question there. Do you think we'll be able to answer that as we go, Grace?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think that the answer to that question is multifaceted.
Okay.
And a large part of that does have to do with education. Grace, you gonna say something?
Here you go. Just as Sue was saying something about every church has its own culture. And even when the pastor came from that congregation, when they go back about after 15 years or so, that culture of that congregation is different. And so that's the thing that, in a nutshell, every appointment is a cross-cultural appointment. So we go beyond, this is kind of an umbrella. We are part of the anti-racism. There is racism, but we have to look at the foundational one, which is oppression and white supremacy. And so in learning about our own culture, we get secure with that when we see others and when we experience the differences, we are able to navigate. So I think the one is that every appointment is a cross-cultural appointment. So we can start with that. And we go back to Lamar.
Hey, this could work well. Thanks, Grace. I would also want to add, and I appreciate you saying that, Grace, because of course you changes as people come in and out. From a pastoral point of view, I think you want to think about baby steps and do a little at a time. And what we're going to be going through today are some ways to present material and things of that nature to congregations, so you can do the baby steps. The beginning point has been something that I've been thinking about and struggling with for a long time, because the question is, if you're at ground zero, how do you actually begin? And because at ground zero, the question is, why do we need to change everything's true? And so, how do you enter into that? What's the beginning point? How do you get your foot in the door in terms of shifting the culture? And I think when we get to the point where we talk about assessment, where we want to identify who in this congregation is influential enough and interested enough that I can partner with to try to put a little crack in the door. And you may not be able to find anybody, but you may be able to find somebody. That person may not be obvious. And we'll talk about that this afternoon, hopefully. And yes.
Having experienced it and listening to the changes in appointments that occurred to yesterday, even though the demographics of our local churches, even though the demographics of our state may be primarily homogeneous, the likelihood of a racial cross-cultural appointment is very high. So what I'm hoping for, what I'm hoping for is some steps that I can take in the next 3 or 4 years to prepare this congregation that I serve for the high likelihood of a cross-cultural appointment. And how do we, as leaders of our churches, begin to prepare our congregations now for what may be coming sooner or later?
Yes, and I think that you find some of that covered in Grace does her presentation. But also, I have models. I have some models I'll be presenting at the end. And those models are going to suggest some steps that you may take also. So hopefully we'll be there. Incidentally, I want to say that I like the way that you and Sarah were dancing up here on stage. If I could have danced, I would have Great.
Thank you, Steve. And it is having another language. You will find out that Dr. Gibson is coming from that social science. I will be coming from a human resource language, because that resonated with me as I was training, because most of our, well, all of our congregants, except for retired ministers, work in the field. So they're in organizations, they're in companies. And so when we realize and understand where the congregants are coming from, what their life is, and how they come to the table, those are the things that my hope for our time here is to give us a different language, and that you don't lose yours, but another language that can describe or capture the essence of a community. We're looking at a community, and the thing about preparing the congregation for cross-cultural appointments is what we're wanting to do is prepare our communities in discovering the cultures within themselves. Just because you're all white doesn't mean you're all coming from the same place. And that's the thing that we need to understand, is white people have their own cultures. You are not exempt. Sue is talking about being cityfied, and a lot of their appointees come from, like, say, Seoul, Korea. It isn't that they're Korean, but they come from a city and they go to Medford. I've been to Medford. Have you been to Medford? It's a beautiful country, but it's in the middle of nowhere for me, because I'm from the city. It isn't in the middle of nowhere for people who in Medford. So all of those that's the hope, is that it isn't about preparing them for cross-cultural appointments only, but for us understanding that our congregation is the world. As we get to Wesley, the world is our parish.
Yes.
We from Italy, and we had a good problem with language barrier. And fortunately, our pastor used PowerPoint. Had he not used PowerPoint, I don't think we would have gotten anything out of the sermons. But it was still a problem, because if we were talking to him on the phone or any other place, it was very, very difficult when we can't make out what people are saying. You just struggle and struggle.
Yes, that's a difficulty. And one of the reasons why I was received at my last appointment was because I spoke English. And the previous pastor, a great pastor, but he did not speak English well. And the people struggle with that. So that I understand that to be a huge problem. But I think it points out a significant thing to me, is that it's not just churches that need to be prepared for cross-cultural appointments. It's also pastors. And pastors need to understand that I'm entering a culture that is not the culture that I'm used to. And they do have some priorities. They do have some things that are important to them. And I need to be willing to have some level of adaptability to that culture. I don't need to relinquish everything about who I am, but I do need to understand that culture and what that culture means. And language is a part of it. Now, I know the congregation has to go halfway too, in terms of your tolerance, in terms of your working with the pastor to try to reach a happy common ground. But the pastor also has to work hard. The pastor just can't sit in the congregation and say, I'm not going to change my language. Or I'm not going to change certain habits that threaten or do other things within the congregation. I have to have some level of adaptability. So it's a two-way street. And I know that we're focusing on training congregations, but we also need to focus on training pastors. Now, some pastors know how to do this, some pastors are already there, but many are not. Okay, yes, sir. And, wait.
François, I am from Crandall. So, I think, language sometimes, when you talk about accent, is, I know sometimes some of the Americans have got problems with accent. Someone from Louisiana, or maybe someone from Wisconsin. They have a different accent as well. It's about culture. But I don't agree sometimes with something that a pastor who's got a background, maybe he's speaking Korean language or French, come as coming to church, then to make an effort to speak a better English like you, it's not gonna work, because that's difficult. What I'm trying to propose sometimes is just about how do we accept pastors who do not speak your language is correct, you want them to speak. Because it's also creating something like a frustration where somebody doesn't want to sit down and listen and focus because of the PowerPoint. Can you imagine you focus on the PowerPoint? You have to look for somebody. We work on something what we call spiritual. If you are preaching, if you are doing a sermon, it has to be different with the theological perspective, because we need also to jump in a manner that God is driving us in a spiritual way. You know? It's about accepting first your pastor. Then the language can just be there. I accept. Can you imagine if you just come to my country, Congo, you don't speak French. First, we have to accept you with love. We welcome you. And we understand that you don't know French from the beginning, and we continue to serve God. If you focus about the language, that's when you see some of the churches having a problem of appointment. We don't hear this pastor, we don't hear this pastor, until you cannot hear him. And then you get lost of serving and serve the Lord. So my problem is accept the person with their own culture, then you mingle together, you serve the Lord. That's the point. That's the point.
Thank you so much. It is about the Spirit. It is about faith, something that is in us. But what happens, as the gentleman was saying about the language barrier, is we get stuck on the above the iceberg, you know, that you do that because we get to do it. Well, I don't understand them. That's why, you know, you get angry. And then the pastor gets angry because, you know, you were appointed there because of your gifts. So we get on this resistance, and our hope is we get to a point that we get curious about each other, and that knowing the intentionality of an appointment and accepting that it's a journey. And that's why the bishop and I were talking about cultural humility. It is that it's not our culture or your culture, it's our faith and how we are being used by God to make the reign of God happen. So we have that goal. And so more often than not, our humanness and our cultures get in the way of God. So how then do we create a Christ culture that isn't absent of difficulties, but also present with the Holy Spirit? That's why I said it's an uncomfortable journey, but a life-giving one. And that's why Reverend Lamar, it's been wonderful in leading this because it is about reconciliation. And it is about mercy. It is about practicing our faith. For me, it's a spiritual practice. And so I guess the invitation is to see this as a spiritual practice. This is part of our discipleship. And this is part of our congregational development. That's why we're starting with the primers and all of these languages, because we have been so traumatized by each other that how can we heal? Well, our hope is that we heal by hearing each other, by seeing each other, and by learning from one another.
Thank you, Grace. And thank you for your comments and your questions. We probably should begin. You gonna say something? I'm sorry, I missed all of that. Unless somebody has something that's burning or pressing. Just a couple things. So Grace has been talking about culture, and many of you have been talking about culture. And as we began this journey, we were focused on ethnicity and racism and that type of thing. But the reality is that, as Grace mentioned, a lot of different cultures in churches. And we did not want to turn our back on issues confronting orientation, so that we just focus on racism and not the issues confronting the LGBTQ community, because a lot of that is intertwined and intermixed, and you can move towards racial equity and still have discrimination and exclusion towards persons who have an orientation different than your own. And the same way is in terms of ability, where ability is invisible and silent. And we know we have people who are what we call otherly able. And we know we make very few accommodations, except maybe ramps and parent applications. For the multiple ways in which people can be otherly able. And so we wanted to kind of just as we go through this journey and we talk about cultural competency, we want you to remember that cultural competency is not just at the level of ethnicity, it's also at the level of orientation, it's at the level of ability, it's at the level of gender. I mean, we still struggle with gender issues. But we didn't put it in this because there's only so much you can do. And even vocational age, so there's a lot of that culture-wise. And the more we learn of the different cultures, the better it is for us. So we're going to do those, we want you to keep in mind those three cultural arenas. And the other thing I did want to mention as we go through, I have worksheets. And as we go through, I'll invite you to gather together, you do singly worksheets, and we'll take a few minutes to do those. And because of all the baby trees that you have to kill to print paper, well, maybe they're not baby trees, but trees. We didn't print out handouts, which probably would have been better. But you should have all been email a workbook with these sheets in it. That unfortunately, I thought that they were editable, but not editable, so there's two strikes against it right there. But nonetheless, I know that we're always doing the people, so you can kind of work with that however it is. But you will be able to have the worksheets before you. They'll be on the screen, but you can also pull them up with your computer. And I'm sorry to the people online, I know that this is just a watch-only paradigm, so you can't interact. But I don't know if there's an email that you can send a question to. Lisa says an email. They could send an email to Lisa. What is it, Lisa Wink at Wisconsin? Huh? Send it to Sue. Sue Alessia. Sue SD hyphen Alessia. No. Oh, sorry. SDALESSIO @wisconsin.org. Lisa, will you say something?
Yes, for those online, they can also put questions in the chat and I will get those to you and Grace after the event.
Okay, you can also put questions in the chat and you will get them to Lisa. And if we don't get too immersed in our talking, we'll try to get to that, but either Lisa or Sue kind of bring it to our attention. Okay. So I'll begin, and this is, I get an awful lot of material because I have a hard time being succinct. But we will either shorten it or try to adjust as we go, so that we don't crowd out all the good things that Grace has to bring. Foundations basically mean these are some concepts that underlie what we're going to be talking about in terms of cultural competency. Why do we need to do it? Why do people behave the way that they behave? Why is it that we just don't all get along with each other, regardless of what our background is or what our culture is? Why is that? And a lot of it has to do with human behavior. And so we're going to talk about prejudice and bias, small groups, and how they contribute to prejudice and bias. We're going to talk about what happens when social groups interact and how people adapt. And then we're going to talk about intercultural conflict and reconciliation and how cultural competency methods help to make that happen. Now that's quite a bit. Probably we may have to shorten some, but we'll see how that goes. You might have seen this before. This actually comes out of Matt Fadden, I believe, and her book on cross-cultural appointments. And I used it because I thought it was good to kind of show that there's a continuum. Now, those categories, non-cultural, non-discriminatory, and multicultural are not hard and fast categories. Those are just moments within the continuum of how a church may be in terms of its cultural awareness, its cultural sensitivity, and all the way to the left end. Is that right? The right. Okay, all the way to the right end, you have what we would call a monocultural church, which is a church pretty much that believes they're of one culture, and in our context, it would be one culture, one orientation, and one ability level. And they think that that's all that there is because they're happy as all get out. And so such a church would enforce its cultural norms and its cultural values. It will enforce them against anyone that comes into it. And you would have a struggle entering into that unless you meet the model or the prototype, you might say, of what that congregation wants to see in a member. If you don't meet it, it's hard to join that congregation. Further along the spectrum, you find non-discriminatory, where they begin to be open to difference, they begin to be open to change, and they're searching and they're looking, they're trying to find ways to be more open to diversity. And then you get the multicultural stage where we would say maybe arrive. That is not that you have reached perfection, but it's that you're at a point where you are appreciating the difference. Now, again, actually, that's a continuum, and it's not that we go from one to the other. It's a continuum, and we may be anywhere in between these three discrete points. The other thing to keep in mind is that you may be multicultural in terms of ethnic issues, but you may be monocultural in terms of orientation or ability, so that Just because the churches, hey, you know, we arrived, we're multicultural church, but the colors and ethnicities, yet, we have a real problem with transgender people here. Or people that call themselves queer. So that's another, that brings you away from the point of being multicultural. So the question is, you take a time, take a minute and think about it, where am I? And what is my church? Along this continuum. Part of what feeds into that is the question of your sensitivity, the stage of intercultural sensitivity. And if you're in a monocultural church, you're probably denying that you need to have any awareness of difference, and you're defending who you are. As you move along the continuum, you will move from that where you'll understand difference, but you might minimize it, and you move to the point where you begin to accept difference and even to adapt to difference. And ideally, you reach the point where you say, well, you're different. We do things this way. You do things that way. We can live together. I can learn from who you are. You can learn from who I am. And that's when you reach the point of integration. The question is, where's my church at? In terms of cultural sensitivity, where am I at? In terms of cultural sensitivity, am I at the point of denying the relevance of difference? Or am I at the stage of being, of adapting? Or, you know, am I integrated well? Now, incidentally, while I'm talking and doing this, I'm going to raise your hand and say, it's okay. That goes hand in hand with what Grace is going to talk about is the cultural competency spectrum. And if you're in the monocultural church, you're more at the point where you have what's called cultural destructiveness simply because everybody's got to be like you are. And if everybody's not like you are, then they are not to be welcome. You know, when you kind of take a look at cultural destructiveness, if you take a look at police shootings, if you take a look at violence against homosexuals, things of that nature, that's cultural destructiveness. These people are not like us, and we don't have to respect who they are, and we can act out how we feel in violent ways. You move along this spectrum from cultural incapacity to what's called cultural blindness, which you see, well, we ignore the difference and we treat everybody the same. But I'm not going to change who I am. And if you don't change who you are, you're still going to have some elements of oppression, or one way or the other in your behavior. And then you move towards cultural pre-competence and cultural competence to the point where you really become culturally proficient. I don't know how many of us really ever truly are totally culturally proficient, but I know many of you are moving along that path, and I'm sure Grace will see more about that. Just take a minute, maybe a few minutes to talk about together, or with yourself if you want. How culturally sensitive and proficient is your church? Now, I got a worksheet here, and I thought that maybe we would use this continuum. You take a look at this continuum for becoming a culturally proficient church. And how, just talk about yourself. I mean, I don't know if you need to write it down. In terms of ethnicity, in terms of orientation, in terms of ability. Where are you at? In terms of proficiency and in terms of sensitivity. These things are always hard because Either you don't have anything to say, or if you do have something to say, you stop saying. So these are always a hard thing to do, so. And we know that 5 minutes is not a lot, it's just that we're trying to squeeze a lot of stuff in. We don't have a lot of time for comments, I don't think, but if somebody has one comment that's really screaming to get out. No? Okay. Well, then we'll move on. Whatever the category that you chose for your church or your committee or whatever your local city is, that indicates the quality of intercultural relations that characterize your church or local settings. When I say intercultural, I mean relationships between cultures. And the quality of intercultural relationships in your church or wherever you're at are greatly affected by the presence of social prejudice and bias, whose outcomes often result in damaging conflict. Now, I say social prejudice because, prejudice, we can have prejudice about a lot of things. I'm prejudiced against certain movies. I'm prejudiced against certain foods. I'm prejudiced against certain cars. And we're not talking about that kind of prejudice. We're talking about prejudice against persons or groups of persons. And that is then why it becomes social. So, most social psychologists agree that although most people are valued, and this is interesting about prejudice, I thought, that most people fundamentally value justice, they value fairness, they value cooperation, and they value getting along with people well, but it seems that people are wired for prejudice and bias, and not just against cars and food and other things, but we're also wired for prejudice and bias against other people. In other words, we have our preferences, you might say. And this preference, this tendency towards prejudice and bias tends to be in tension at times on a social basis with our fundamental tendency to value people who fairness and justice, cooperation is in tension with that. And what happens is that our tendency towards prejudice and bias in a lot of ways and very often overshadows and is stronger than our values for justice and fairness and cooperation. And so a lot of times, fair people, just people, people who want to cooperate can still be very, very prejudiced and biased because that tendency towards prejudice and bias, which is a default response to many situations, tends to overwhelm those other values. And that seems to be a global human condition. And it's not irrational. You see, when he's prejudiced and biased and he's out of order, it's irrational, but prejudice is very rational. It's a very rational behavior because it helps people meet goals. It helps a group of people meet goals. So it's very rational. In particular, if you kind of take a look at societies where some groups dominate, prejudice and bias helps to keep the dominant group in power. And so it's very rational in that sense. I'm not saying it's good, but it is rational. It's not crazy. And despite this, societies, of course, will tell us that social prejudice is morally reprehensible. But it seems to be that as you go around, prejudice and bias is not the exception, but is rather the rule. And so, it's hard to kind of take a look at people and judge them cascaded because they're prejudiced, because prejudice seems to be a human tendency of the rule rather than the exception. Well, if you're a fine or fair-minded person, if you're a just-minded person, this tendency within oneself to be prejudiced and biased can be very embarrassing and can make you feel very, very guilty. And so people of fair mind, when they get into a situation where they see somebody and they have these feelings of guilt, I mean, they have these feelings of prejudice and bias, and they feel guilty about it, so they suppress it. They don't eradicate it, they don't get rid of it, they suppress it, it goes down. It's there. But then I can relate to you in a nice fair way. And that's called symbolic prejudice or self-racism, reversal racism. We have various terms. This comes under the general rubric of modern prejudice. Now, many African Americans can tell you that when they encounter whites, that the certain behavior the whites have that they are very comfortable with, they think are very user-friendly. And the African American goes away and says that person is racist. And the white says, I'm not racist, what do you mean? But it's because people can't detect some of that stuff that's suppressed. And even though your behavior, your actions don't express that suppression, people still feel it. And people still understand it because a lot of times we act out what we suppress in other ways. And people that have been around and have experienced a lot of understand what's going on. They may not be able to put a name to it. So as I was saying, modern prejudice that I described is not overt expressions, but it's, you know, a lot of it is a combination of well-intentioned expressions that you don't want to appear prejudice, even though you got that prejudice there. Just don't appear that way. And it's not just West. I mean, I know in situations I'm very prejudiced too. And I try to suppress it because I know it's not right, it's wrong, but I still got that there, it's still there. There's certain ethnic groups of people I'm not comfortable being around. And I suppress. And so, you know, it's a journey for all of us. It's not that suppression is evil or bad, it's just something that we do. And I gave you that example, so I'm not going to go over it. But the question is that can you really, is it possible not to be prejudiced and biased? And the answer to that is probably so. And social psychologists say that generally, if your first reaction, or your automatic reaction, your spontaneous reaction to persons of a different ethnicity or different culture is not negatively biased, you tend to be less prejudiced. And so there's a continuum also in terms of levels of prejudice. And of course, how we whether we're prejudiced or biased or not, it is influenced by a lot of different interpersonal factors, which I didn't outline them because I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. But well, you know, you can be prejudiced against people because of how they look, how they dress, how they cut their hair, because of the attitude they had that day. You can, I mean, I'm prejudiced against people who got in my college fraternity. I say bad things about them to their face, and they say bad things about me too. So, but I think that what studies have found is that social prejudice and bias towards persons is governed to a large extent by the social group an individual most highly identifies. And for me, it's African American, and some of you is Caucasian, some of you may be Korean or certain ethnicity within the Korean diaspora, or Sri Lanka, India, or Mexico, or some other country. That may be your the social group or the most highly identified. In this context, given if we were all saying that identity, if we were all saying ethnicity, I would probably most highly identify with the clergy person as the social group. But just being in the presence of other social groups who are different can be prejudice, bias, and conflict between the groups. And as I mentioned in the example of the scholarship, I'm an alpha or our Kappas or some others, and I become socially prejudiced, and we compete. And it's all friendly, fun, and games, but the fact of the matter is that ethnic groups compete, orientations, we all compete for a lot of things like status and respect and power and that type of thing too. And a lot of that can be to conflict. Even when we have resources that are and most groups, by and large, compete for power. Because status and other kinds of things are often allocated by how power is used and distributed. But to a significant degree, social prejudice and bias arise from social groups' needs for assimilation and differentiation. Now, what that means is that we all have a need to belong. Even hermits, I think, have a need to be connected somewhere. I'm an introvert and I like to be by myself a lot. And I have a low tolerance for talking for long periods of time with people. But I have a need to belong. I have a need to identify with someone. And then that's a need to assimilate. But I also have a need to be unique. I also have a need to know that I'm not exactly like you. There's something about me that differentiates me from you. And so people normally have a need both to be unique and also to belong. And that is something that social groups provide people. So when I join a fraternity, I know I belong. And I know that my fraternity is different from other fraternities. And we have that uniqueness. So when I go and I say I'm an alpha, I'm telling people I'm different from you in the sense that I belong to this distinct fraternity. But I'm also a mark. And I'm not a fraternity, I'm an individual. So I'm both. And we have those needs. And the groups give us that. Our churches give us that. Our ethnicity gives us that. Orientation gives us that. All the social groups that we belong to give us that. They satisfy the need for assimilation and differentiation. That is to say that persons who, and that seems to be sort of the side of this, but that is to say that persons who can successfully regulate social prejudice and bias have been able to move beyond the pull of the social groups that demand that you follow certain norms if you're going to be a part of them so that you can be unique and distinct. And people who possess a capacity to be non-prejudiced will normally have a tolerant personality where they don't quickly categorize people into different categories. And they also have a universal orientation, which is essentially the belief that integration rather than differentiation of itself is most important. In other words, I need to be a part of who you are. That's more important than me being exactly who I am as distinct to you. And so you would place your emphasis on what about you and I are similar as opposed to what about you and I are different. And that's not being colorblind. It's acknowledging that, yeah, we're different colors, we're different orientations, but we have, what is relevant in our situation is that we have all these great similarities. Yes?
So I'm wondering, what is the balance between universal orientation and adaptation and valuing of the differences that we talked about earlier in terms of, I can't remember what we called it, getting past just being non-discriminatory to being,
Well, I think one would think that, you're not born with a universal orientation because you get socialized into the particular, context that you're in. And, as you move into contexts that are different than your own, you will, as you adapt to that context, and learn, how to tolerate difference, you will, evolve into a universal orientation. So, universal orientation, in my understanding, is an outcome of adaptation.
thank you, that's very helpful.
Yeah, but not everybody wants to go in that direction. But that's what I understand. Okay, is that okay?
That's very helpful.
Okay, and people who are non-Christians tend to refuse to take negativity. In other words, we're different, but that is not about it. We're different, let's look at our similarities. We're different that we see what it is that you have to do for me that I can appreciate. So, those are some characteristics of persons who are not tolerant. I had a small group session where we could talk about our local church or local context, and I'd like to skip that and move on. Since the time is pressing, is that okay? Or do you want to pause? We can move on. Okay. Then I want to talk a little bit about social groups, and I'll move them off a little bit, so we can get to it. Now, most of you probably are familiar with social groups. Yes, sir.
If I can just add an affirmation, an example of what we just talked about, colorblindness.
Go right ahead.
Kind of a confession. I'm a 1992 baby, born in the 90s, raised in suburban Madison, in high school during the Obama years. And what I was raised was that colorblindness idea. That race doesn't matter. We're a post-racial society. So I just want to kind of offer that to you all to minister with millennials, minister with other, white guys like me, is that we're on this journey now trying to figure out, what do we do with this? We were told that race doesn't matter, and it really does. We were also told that, we're not biased, we're not prejudiced because we're in nice suburban churches and stuff. But we all have that. That's not necessarily bad, it's just something we're taught as children and young adults to be aware of. So just a word of told us millennials and Gen Zers, I'm sure all of us together, with that acknowledgement that we're recovering colorblind races in a lot of ways.
Thank you. That helped. Okay, just a little bit about social groups. This, of course, gathering is a social group, temporary as it is. But a social group is two or more persons who interact with one another, who share certain characteristics and collectively have a sense of unity. Now, I don't know if that's too abstract for you, or maybe concrete enough. But for instance, we live in the American society, and that is a huge social group. Our churches are social groups. Choir is a social group. Church council is a social group. So our church is a social group that's composed of small social groups. Families are social groups. So social groups are everywhere. They can be defined in a lot of ways. They can be defined by ethnicity, by orientation, by ability, by vocation, by education, by skill, by experience. And you kind of take a look at your church and just kind of say, well, let me take a measure of this and just kind of count the number of different social groups that are in your church. You might be amazed at the multiplicity of social groups that are in your church. And all of these social groups have some influence on the people that belong to the groups. And that may not seem important, but I do think it is an important factor to keep in mind that people are influenced by the social groups. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Lisa.
Age is also a social group.
Age is a social group. Yeah.
because of the divide between, the different,
Sure.
generations, and that's a huge thing in our congregation's age.
Yeah, and the lady behind me said,
Hi, Lamar, it's Dawn.
oh, sorry.
Love you too. Lamar and I have followed each other from cross-racial appointments to being the same race pastor as the churches we moved to. So we have this big common dialogue. I would like to add to that something I've learned as the adoptive mother of another raced person is there is invisible racism. And in my current church, it really plays out in the St. Croix Valley around Native Americans because they were generationally taught to suppress their Native American identity and just tell people they were French. So this is long and deep rooted, goes all the way back to the voyageurs. So there is also an invisible thing that I'm not, it's a bigger topic than for today. But nobody looks at me the first time I walk in a room and say, well, that woman has obviously served a black church. Doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. Now, social groups form as a result of what is called social categorization. And social categorization actually simply is a result of the tendency of people to place things in categories. We all place things in categories. From the day we're born, we place things in categories. We learn about categories. This is that. These are tables, these are chairs, this is food, this is good, this is bad, this feels good, this doesn't feel good. They're all categories. We tend to place things in category, and we also place people in categories. And so social groups form as a result of our tendency to categorize, but that category that we find ourselves placed in exerts a great influence on how we identify ourselves, how we identify ourselves over and against other people. And that then leads to a great influence on our behavior also. In the identity formation process, social groups provide their members a shared sense of self that prescribes and evaluates their identity, their beliefs and behavior, that defines their place in society and informs them as how they are distinct from other social groups. And a lot of that comes in what they would call a group prototype. Now, a group prototype is simply a summarization of what the social group tells you about how you are to live in this world. To some extent, the prototype isn't ideal. You might think of John Wayne, or the self-made man, or the rugged individualist, that type of thing, as group prototypes, as ideals that we want to aspire to, that encompass all of the values and norms of the particular social group that we're a part of. We all have prototypes in our social group cultures. America has a prototype of how its citizens are to be and behave. Caucasians have prototypes, African Americans have prototypes, Asians have prototypes, people in the LGBT community, whatever part of that community they're in, there are prototypes. And that's over as opposed to stereotype, which is what we think about others. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But the most significant group prototypes explain how a particular situation is categorized as being, and it thus defines the nature of what is normative and what you must do to conform in a particular setting. So when I go into a church, the church has a certain prototype, which is a model of expectations and value that says when you're here, You need to be like this, you need to conform to this model. Now, they may not tell you what the model is. But they just don't feel what the model is. And they know when you're out of conformity with the model. One of the things Grace will be doing is help people begin to understand what comprises this kind of prototype. As you understand history and you get more information on various cultures. The prototype is what tends to govern social group attitudes and behavior. And I just got this list of prototypes govern our individual state. They tell you what your intelligence level is. They tell you kind of moods, emotions, and personality that should characterize your group. I mean, you might remember some going into some. Did you have a question? No, okay. You might recall going into a church context where if I'm a preacher and I'm going into a church context that is used to be controlled and sort of aloof and sort of regimented, and I go in and I want to be spontaneous and charismatic in that group, and they're going to have a problem with me because I'm not meeting the group prototype. I'm not doing what their prototype expects. And pastors have to understand what is the governing set of values and norms in this congregation that I need to be very aware of, because you can't expect to go in and preach the gospel and change the prototype. You might be able to tweak it a little bit. Yes, ma'am. Yes. A break. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. Okay. Grace, I don't know how I'm gonna get this. Okay, then Angela wants a break. And I guess why don't we do that? Can we take a 10-minute break? We good? Okay, so if we take a 10-minute break, and it's 10:15, we'll come back at 10:20. And we're gonna race.
Thank you, Lamar. And we're going to talk about the social groups even more, and kind of how does that apply to us, and how do we define the social groups in our lives. Each one of us has an identity. Actually, we're made up of identities. We're not just a woman where I'm a Filipino, I'm a singer, I'm a pastor. All of that are identities. And so part of those are coming from a lot of social groups. Let me tell you about Moses Guerrero III. Moses Guerrero III, I'm so excited about that young man. When we went through his confirmation, I didn't confirm him with the others because he wanted to wait so that his godmother could come and be part of it. It was really an important part of his life to have family. And so we had to wait until August 15 in 2017 so that they could come from North Carolina. And so we were so excited because at the same time that I was confirming him, I was going to baptize him. His whole clan, I love his whole clan because when the whole clan is there, the church is full. So, August 11, 12 of 2017, the Unite the Right rally happened. And we all, as clergy, were up, and some of our colleagues were in Charlottesville. And that was a moment in my life as a pastor that I was scared for Moses. Moses is interracial. He's Hispanic. He has a beautiful curly hair. And he identifies as an American. He's never spoken Spanish or anything, but because of how he looked, I was afraid for him. In all of these goings on, there was a personality that was being interviewed by CNN, and everybody was an expert in this. And his name is Christian Picciolini. Who knows of Christian Picciolini? Yep. Christian Picciolini was a son of Italian immigrants who grew up in Blue Islands, Illinois. And his father owned a salon, a beauty salon, and his mother was also working. And he grew up normal, had a normal childhood. And at the age of 14, Clark Martell, who's the founder of the Chicago area skinheads, approached him and gave him an identity. And so having that identity gave Christian a sense of power. Now, we're talking about power and oppression and all of that, but having that identity and having a community to belong. Lamar was talking about belonging. Faith, we have that biological need of belonging. And that's why we're in these faith community, to give us a purpose. So Christian Picciolini's purpose was to hate. So simple. His identity was as a skinhead at 14, and then his community was the skinheads, and he founded a hate rock band. He actually had formed 2 rock bands, and the final solution was the first American hate rock band that toured Europe. Yes. And so this was his identity, and this was his purpose in life. It is so clear. Gave him focus. But then he got married, and then at the age, so when he got married, he had to earn a living. And so he said, well, why not make profit out of my enemies? So he started a record store in a neighborhood that had the Jewish neighborhood, and gays and blacks and Hispanics. He said, why not profit from them? And so he did. And, as a small business owner, he had to have connections. And then as he had contact with them, they became friends. They knew of each other's lives and of each other's worries, that he realized that his purpose has been harming his community now, where he is. So at the age of 22, he renounced a skinhead. And he left and he tried to get away from it. But so he started to have a job. He tried to look for a job and he became an IBM computer geek and went back to his school, his high school, where he met his African American teacher that he harassed. And he was so afraid because he's been in jail because of those harassments. But he knew he had to ask for forgiveness. And so he did. Very trembling. And that started his journey to healing. Identity is important. The community is important. That's why we're here. We're trying to make sense of our community, and our purpose is, our mission is to make disciples, lovely murmuring. Make disciples of Jesus Christ for the transformation of the world. That is a value that we have. Now, someone asked about adaptation and all of that. We have values that are personal, that are cultural, and that are universal. And all of those come into play every time. And this reminds me of what Paul wrote, that the division in our body, and so the parts might have mutual concern for each other. If one part suffers, all the parts suffer. And this struck me with Martin Luther King Jr.'s statement, when one is oppressed, all are oppressed. I don't know about you, but if I have a tummy ache, my whole body just collapses. I mean, I'm useless, you know? And we need each part of that. And Paul calls us to carry each other's burden, and so we will fulfill the law of Christ. Thank you so much for your confession or your statement of being post-racist. You know, well, we elected a Black man. We must be healed. And so we're colorblind. And about that, the thing that happens is we dismiss who we are. So I'm gonna ask you, Michael Norton is a professor at Harvard.
I'm Michael Norton, associate professor at Harvard School and co-author of the book Happy Money, Science of Smarter Spending. I want to talk to you today about a piece that we have in the July-August issue of Harvard Business Review. But before I tell you what's in that piece, I first want to ask you to play a game. You're looking at an array of faces right now. I'm going to ask you to play a version of the game that you may have played as a little kid. It's called Guess Who. And if you remember that game, you and a partner both had faces in front of you. One of you had a face, the other person had to guess the face you were looking at from that array of faces. I want you to play this game with me right now. Grab a partner and pick a face that your partner is going to have to guess. The only rule is your partner can only ask you questions that you can answer with the words yes or no. Pause this video, take a few minutes to play the game. When you're done playing the game, come back, hit unpause, and I'll tell you more about the research that we've done.
So find a partner, skip to my loo, and now choose a face, and then ask each, and then try to guess what they chose, what they selected, who they selected. And you can only ask questions with the answers yes or no. and then find out. Is that clear as mud? Wonderful. So you're given 3 minutes.
Did your partner ask? Maybe they ask, is this person smiling or not? Or is this person wearing a hat or not? Or maybe they asked a question like, is this person black or not? But if they did, that would be quite unusual, because in the research that we've done, we find people are very, very reluctant to ask about race when we have them play the exact game that you just played. Why are people reluctant? It appears as though they feel that by asking about race, it might signal that they care a lot about race, and it might even signal that they might be a racist. We find in our experiments that even though the array was half white and half black, and asking the question, is the person white or black, a very useful tool for narrowing down the faces, people are really, really reluctant to ask about that question. And in fact, in another version of the game, we find that if we have people play with a black partner, they become even more unlikely to ask about race because they're even more worried that they might appear to be biased. And there's an even worse outcome, because people who avoid asking about race, even though they are trying to do so to look as though they don't care about race, end up looking more uncomfortable and more biased. I think the dynamics in this game, which you and your partner just experienced, really suggest how complicated and interesting the dynamics are when we talk about race in contemporary America. We also tried some different versions of this game. In one of them, we actually asked not grown-ups to play the game, but for children to play what is, in the end, a children's game. We wondered when we had them play the game you just played, whether the same thing might happen. What we found is that older children, by the time they were 9 or 10, actually stopped asking about race in the game. They'd already learned that maybe it's not wise to ask about race. But the kids who were younger, who were 7 and 8, who weren't so concerned about those social norms yet, in fact, were more likely to ask about race. And as a result, they ended up beating the older kids, performing better on the game. We tried one other version of the game. We ran a version of the game that's very much like the one you played again, but with one difference. In this case, all of the faces were white, but each picture had, in the lower corner of the picture, a white or a black dot. And we wanted to see if it's not about race, it's not about is this person white or black, but more is this dot white or black. Now people would be very willing to use color because it could be so useful for guessing the face. And that is exactly what we see as well. So if it's race, people will not ask the question black or white. But if it's the color of a dot, like the color of paint on a wall, people are perfectly happy to ask about white or black. And it really suggests that it's the social dynamics surrounding race that make us so uncomfortable talking about color. No, in everyday life, people often struggle to describe someone in the workplace who may be of a different ethnicity. And while the motivation comes from a good place, which is I don't want to be or appear racist, it ends up impeding communication. And organizations that are savvy realize that a good solution to race is not to avoid talking about race, which, as you saw when you played the game, can impede communication between people, but actually acknowledge race openly. One of the things that we see when we talk to companies that are forward-looking in this space is they're being open and honest about racial differences between workers and among workers. Thanks for taking time to play our game. I'm Michael Norton. I'm an associate professor at Harvard Business School and the co-author of the new book, Happy Money, The Science of Smarter Spending. I want to talk to you today about a piece that we have in the July-August issue of Harvard Business Review.
And that's why I hope that we are one of the forward moving companies. That's why we had that legislation in 2019. That's why we're having this anti-racism task force, so that we can be open and honest. There's a lot of resistance, and there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of frustrations, and there's a lot of pain. But when we get to a point that we can be honest and vulnerable, then we can hopefully heal and have that goal of making the reign of God happen. So one of the things that I would like for us to consider is just this activity of when have you felt excluded? So imagine a time when you felt excluded. Do you have that moment, right? And so reflect on it and how you felt about it. You have that feeling? Feeling. Nothing more than feeling. You have that feeling? Okay, now I want you to introduce yourself as that feeling. Like, okay. Hi, I'm hurt. Can you just shout out what feeling you had? So, excluded, yes. So, the practice is, you know, how do you, what isolated, small, less than, embarrassed, confused, angry, out of place, frustrated. What else? Invisible.
Online, we have bewildered,
Mm,
awkward, not worth including,
mm.
invisible.
Thank you. Pardon me? Oppressed. Wow, Aaron. All right. So now, on a happy note, think of a time when you were included, when you felt included. Okay? So how did that make you feel? Wait. And oh! There you go. Now tell me your name. Hi, I'm accepted. Joyful. Pardon me? A part of. Surprised. Seen. Valued. Powerful. Pardon me? Considered. Love. Yes, Lisa.
Online, they're saying I matter,
Full.
important, loved,
Beautiful.
joyful.
Now, if you were a part of a group, which group would you want to be part of? The excluded one or the included one? I'm not even going to do that. But see, when we feel excluded, it isn't just about the emotions, but about our physical reaction. The feeling of being excluded provoked the same sort of reaction in the brain that physical pain might cause. It's like you've been hit. And that's the thing that the wonderful thing of developing a skill is the knowledge and the hope that then your neurons can be reprogrammed. So it isn't going to stay as a trauma, but looking at and developing cultural competency helps us redirect it, reframe it, and get that neurons then to act differently. And naming emotions reduces the emotional reaction in the amygdala. And that's part of our role, is to go beyond anger or go beyond defense. Well, I can't understand him. So what are we doing? Where is it really coming from? So what do people notice at first? Language is one, right? How you speak. Yeah, what else? Appearance, yes. What else? Pardon me? Race, yes. Color. Dress. What else? Age, yes. I'm sorry? Gender, yes. Dawn. Ability, yes. Pardon me? Weirdness. Maybe that's a movement or touch or something. So when we see these things and it's different from us, well, it tells us, it informs us how to act. You know, when there is the ability, maybe there's, you know, that you see the ramp or something, or the skin color or the age, the facial expressions, the movements or the touch. When somebody touches you, I'm a touchy-feely. You know, I hold hands with women. And in this society, I grew up in the Philippines, and I skipped to my loo with my best friend, and my my cousin who was coming back from the U.S. saw me and said, oh, "Is she with that girl?" I said, "Yes," because and you know, that's normal. But for here, it's something else. See what I mean, Bert? So the cultural competency is about having a different lens. What else can that mean? Lamar pointed out that we have to get into the adaptation stage. Definitely, the United Methodist is a global church. Who agrees? Yeah. And the global church, I see. My lens and my training is in human resource language, and so the global company, the global church, I see as a global company. My brother-in-law worked for Chevron, and he actually was assigned in Angola, Nigeria, Singapore, and Texas. Texas is a different country, you know. And, you know, their management, the ones that go overseas have to take the intercultural development inventory, and they have to go through coaching about the country that they're going to. And so they require the middle management to be at the adaptation stage in the developmental model. And you saw that Lamar had a slide for that. And it really is the six, and actually Mitch Hammer, one of the creators of this DMIS, has gotten a spectrum more. But the ethnocentric, wherein you know only of your type, is that we deny the cultural experience of the others, and ours is the only real and valid one. And then it moves to defense, the us and them, and we are getting a lot of us and them in our church and in our society, in the world. And usually the other one is inferior. So what happens is there is that feeling of being threatened and highly critical of the other, and our defenses go up. Minimization is, why can't we all get along? We're all children of God. And what happens is that we romanticize it and dismiss the beauty, and Lamar, as Lamar said, the richness of all cultures. But you get then to acceptance wherein, well, there must be some other people other than me. There is that opening wherein you accept the other but may not agree with them, but you get to be curious and respectful. And so adaptation is when you see the world through the different eyes and make intentional changes in our behaviors and values. You may have the same value. Of course, we value love, we value family, but we have a different way of doing it. So how do you then, adaptation is being able to navigate that difference in that my value of family is as important as your value of family. Integration is easily moving in and out of those different cultural worldviews. More often than not, people get into the adaptation stage and not a lot go to the integrated stage. But as Jim Winkler said, we are people of hope, saved for hope. So the characteristics of a culturally competent, interculturally competent person is having that self-knowledge, that self-awareness. What do we value? How do I behave? How do I look at things? And then having empathy. Brene Brown has done great work on empathy, and I hope that you look into that, wherein you see, you accept their perspective for what it is. Doesn't have to be your perspective, but there is a place for that. And then the communication style fluency and the flexibility. Curiosity. Instead of right or wrong or how dare them or what, you go, well, what else can this mean? Or how else can we look at that? And then so tolerance for ambiguity. Right now, everything is so uncertain that this is really at the forefront. And as Lamar said, there are some intercultural conflict. But then the thing is, we can have developed the skill of managing. So it isn't a matter of wrong or right, good or bad, but really living into the spectrum. Everything is a spectrum. So cultural competence is defined in relation to a specific context or location, such as geography, nationality, and history. Competence, here it is. Competence in one context is no assurance of competence in another. A church is not a church, is not a church. A white person is not a white person, is not a white person. Filipino. Oh, well, and this is from Janet Bennett, who is one of the founders of Intercultural Competence. It is a set of cognitive, affective, and behavioral skills and characteristics that support effective and appropriate interaction in a variety of cultural contexts. The operative word is navigation. Also, that you make room for the other, but you have to know yourself before you can make room for the other. So we're not threatened. So the invitation is to take turns and as we look into this, and for us to have an optimal result, it is that openness and vulnerability. Again, that word humility and self-reflection and self-critique and curiosity. So we've been talking about, Lamar has been talking about social groups, and we have a lot of social groups going on. inside of us. And this is when I used to work for the national agency, but this I had modified or adapted from my teacher's book, The Four Layers, and put it in the context of the United Methodist structure and organization. Here is, in the very center of it is your personality. Lamar said he's an introvert, extrovert. Who's done the Myers-Briggs? Yep. So that tells you who you are and what you like and your preferences, your personal preferences. But not everything is personal. Actually, the internal dimension, Lisa Jones said age and generation makes a difference. This wonderful man said about being a millennial and how it makes a big difference from a millennial talking to a Depression age or World War II, World War I veteran, all of that. Then the race, and then ethnicity, and we can debate about that, but never mind. Physical ability. Dawn keeps saying that physical ability. We may not even recognize that there is a different ability because we see someone like, but we may not know that they have hearing problems or, speech impediment, all of that. Sexual orientation and gender. Those are things that you have no control over. Now, the external dimension is one you have control over. Your geographic location, your marital status, your parental status, your appearance, work experience, educational background, faith traditions, recreational habits, political affiliation, income. Like, I had no control over my mama and papa birthing a Filipino brown baby in the Philippines, but I had control over going to the US. And I don't know why I came to the Midwest, but here I am. So it's a choice, right? So you have a choice in that external dimension. You follow that. The faith traditions, I say, because in my church, really are Evangelical United Brethren. They're not United Methodist. They're Evangelical United Brethren still. Or Catholics disgruntled that the priest tells them or needs to find out how much he's making so that you give. I have a lot of disgruntled Catholics and Lutherans. So it's a United Methodist Church, but made up of different faith traditions. And then we have the organizational dimensions. And this is big for us because we are a hierarchical and, we have that very defined functions. Is our function level in the local church, in the district, in the annual conference, in the jurisdiction, or in the general conference? Each layer has a different priority. We're all United Methodists, but a DS has a different priority than a pastor or a congregant. And then we have the status. That it makes a difference too. And then group affiliation. Are you a UWF, UMW, or are you part of a caucus? Are you part of the Hispanic church or something? And then your work location. And here it is. Are you clergy or laity? Right? Oh. And then we have, each of us has leadership roles going beyond being a pastor or being a congregant. You're here because you're a lay leader of your church. You're here because you're a deaconess. You're here because of your chair of COSRO or CORE or all of that. How many social groups do you have in you? Who says many? Yay! So I want you to look at someone and pair up and name 5 social groups that impact your thinking and behaving on a daily basis. Let me give you an example. I am married. I married late, and I was a workaholic. And I would, when I was teaching, I would just stay at school until about 10 or 11 just to sleep and then go back. Then I got married. I kind of like the guy. So now I try not to have a meeting in the evening because that's the only time I have with him. Right? So that impacts my thinking and behaving. And then I am a very intentional about not having kids because I grew up a preacher's kid. Enough said. So because I don't have kids, I think that everybody is free on a Wednesday or a Saturday, when most of my congregants with children are in baseball, soccer, all of that, orchestra rehearsals. So that impacts me. Okay, you got it? And go. 5 minutes. So what social groups were mentioned? Popcorn. What social groups were mentioned? Gender, marital status, yes. Parental status, yes. Pardon me? Pardon me? Oh, yeah, man. Sunday school classes. Recreational habits. I have so many knitters in my congregation that they, oh, right there. Thank you, Dawn. They knit while I'm preaching. Makes me feel insecure. That's what they say, Dawn. Yeah. I'm sorry, kidding. Pardon me? Political organization. I have sometimes our faith is actually informed and defined by our political affiliation more than God. And I say, no, I'm kidding, I'm preaching. All right, political affiliation. Yes. Pardon me? Family of origin. Right? Okay, what else? Alumni associations, that's an organization, yes. Your work location, your educational, that's why, if you're, I have a University of Michigan graduate, and he always wears, hi. He doesn't sing, hi. Thank you. Yeah, he always says University of Michigan, so he always has that M and all, and everything is University of Michigan language. What else? Pardon me? Boards and agencies, yes. What else? Packers, go. Cubs, okay. Pardon me? Race and ethnicity. That is the most obvious one, definitely, but gender is a big one too. I had in my second appointment, I They had a difficult time with me not being a Filipino, but actually being a woman. So all of that. So, yes, sir.
Neighbor.
Neighbor. Neighbors, yes. Where you are. So you see that diversity is a reality even within us. And inclusion is a choice. In our activity earlier, we tend to exclude. It's so much easier to include, but very intentional to include. So we talk about culture. And culture, as Lamar said, it's not just about race and ethnicity, but sexual orientation, gender. All of those social groups have culture in them. But they are culture because it includes knowledge, beliefs, art, laws, morals, customs, and any capabilities or habits acquired by one as a member of a certain group. Like that skinhead. That's a culture in itself. And it's shared by many members of a group. And it gets to be passed on from generation to generation. Do you still have a doily from Aunt Martha on top of your piano? They still carry weight, right? And it shapes our behavior and structures our perceptions. We are not about universal. We think we are. But it constantly and slowly, but slowly changes. So what we see is the iceberg. The dance, the national costumes, the food, all of that. And when we think that we'll have an international festival, what comes out? Egg rolls. Yeah. And I'm in my costume, my national costume, and songs and art. And so we think, got it. We are inclusive. But the thing that matters is what's underneath that. How we treat each other, how we are parenting, how we treat our elders. Do we look at the eyes of the other person? In some cultures, if you look directly at their eyes, that's disrespectful. But in the US, if you don't look at their eyes, that's disrespectful because you're not paying attention. I don't matter to you. All those differences need to be understood. Our attitude towards pastors, our attitude towards congregation or members. I come from a culture that the pastor is up on a pedestal. That's why I don't have kids, because I was a preacher's kid in the Philippines. So you're on a pedestal, and what the pastor says goes. Here in the US, do you think that's what's happening? I know. And that's different. We are called by, pastors are called by the first name. And even in the African American churches, it's reverend. And then that's why a lot of my friends have to get a doctorate, because when you have a doctorate, then you're a little higher. Reverend Dr. Foster. So it is all of those that come from self-awareness of who's at the table, who's at your church. My invitation is for you to use that 4 layers of diversity to kind of to peg and navigate, or kind of give you markers on who's in your church council. Where are they coming from? Are they mothers or are they retired? Are they retired from the army, or did they have a corporate job, or were they a plumber? All of that makes a difference, don't you think? And that's, and plus, the truth will set you free. Well, no, it won't. It won't until we develop skills and habits and the talent and the moral courage to use it. That's why we are into this cultural competency training. It isn't just about feel good or feeling guilty or included or excluded, but what do we do with our traumas? What do we do with our privilege? What do we do now to move us forward to the reign of God? So it's a spectrum, as I said. So these are the different ones, from individualistic to collectivistic. I come from a very communal culture, and then low context, high content, wherein if the tone of the voice tells you more than what they're saying. No, honey, I'm not mad at you. That's low context, high content. Now, the high context is being very explicit. Now I'm going to draw this, and I am feeling that you are upset with me. So low content. What you see is what you get. Okay? Monochronic, you're on time. It's a Wesleyan thing to do. And then the polychronic, well, will end when the spirit moves. Or polychronic, why aren't they here yet? Why aren't you starting? 3 hours later, still not there. Right? I know of a church right now. It's a big church. It's one of the larger churches, and they are partnering with a Congolese congregation. And a friend of mine helps in the kitchen, and so she's very protective of that kitchen. And so she said, well, they're going to have their dinner. And, so when is that? When are they coming? 8 o'clock. So 11 o'clock in the morning rolls and they're still not there. That's polychronic. Okay? Egalitarian. We're all the same. Call me Grace. Or hey, buddy, or. And then you have the hierarchical, wherein you are, where you work best when there is a clear rank and chain of command. Or are you task focused? Just the facts, ma'am. Or are you relationship focused? I started. Somebody made the mistake of making me chair of mission motivation when I first started, and I went and observed at first, and went to Sun Prairie, and it was from 9 to 3. I said, oh my God, that's a lot of business. Well, the business was about, well, how are you? How was your fishing trip? And then when I went to Tanzania, so it was really more relationship. And that's how they got things done, because they knew each other. Well, when I became chair, that 9 to 3 lasted about 1 hour, because I was only about the agenda. Tell me what you've done, what we need, and let's move on. Now, I'm not saying that that's the right one, because I lost relationships. I wasn't invested in it as a community. I was invested in it for the work. Spectrum. Not good, not bad, not right or wrong. And then surfacing differences. I directly address differences when there is an issue so the problem can be solved. What's going on? Are you mad at me? How can I fix that? Or is your culture more of maintaining harmony? I don't want to hurt their feelings. So you're not going to address that. Okay? So where are you in the spectrum? So that's it. You're given 3 minutes. Go and find someone and go through it and see where you are with individualistic or collectivistic, low context, high context, and go. When I first came here, I came in 1983, and I then went to South Dakota. I went to South Dakota to study, and I was the only Filipino there, and I was looked at as exotic. Short, but exotic. So anyway, they wanted to know more about the Philippines. And guess what? I had no clue about the Philippines. And I said, 1 moment, please. So I had to go to the library and research. The reason I say that is more often than not, we don't know who we are and where we're coming from. Some people think that you're collectivistic, and when really you're individualistic and all of that. And that's what the IDI is going to show, is that where are you in the spectrum? We have that perceived orientation. Of course, I'm culturally competent. I'm Filipino. No. And then we have really the real orientation. Yes.
So as we were talking back here, one of the things that we were curious about was, this is fantastic to help us identify ourselves, but when we're working in multicultural contexts, what is the appropriateness of us asking these questions to other people to have, set expectations? How much of this is our responsibility to have figured out ahead of time? Because the thing that I'm concerned about is the amount of time it might take for us to do research on a different culture and find out that that's not that specific family's interpretation.
Exactly, yes. And you have a handout that you can print out. It's mapping your cultural orientation. And you can use this. I've used this with my church council. Where are you in this? Are you individual? Are you an individualistic, or are you more communal? Are you collectivistic or something? And then map it out, kind of connect the dots and see then where you each are, so that you understand where you're coming from. And you can do that in at a meeting just as an activity to getting to understand each other. So then what's good in that is that if they're late, they know they're late, so you just keep going. Or, so you don't get mad that they're always late. And then it becomes a bad trait, instead of knowing how then to use the gifts they have, who they are. And so I think, and this is what we usually do, is I ask people to map it and then discuss, now, who then would be better at this job? Who's going to who's going to tell Ethel she has bad breath? You know, I mean, I'm being facetious, but you know, who has that in themselves that, you know, so that there you can resolve. And then who's one that can get the task done because the deadline is yesterday. You know, so that's the thing about this is actually that's why I want you to talk. And the more you talk about who you are and what makes you tick and what ticks you off, is a way that you can understand and be a leadership. Okay. Yes.
Hi, Grace. Thank you so much for this. I wanted to say two things. One is, according to this chart, I think for me, what I interpret is that depending on my situation,
Yes.
I fluctuate.
Yes.
You know, if I'm as the role of pastor, I'm one. If I'm in the role at home, as mom, I'm another. So
Exactly.
we're constantly kind of doing this ebb and flow of nuancing our lives.
Right.
And so obviously, I think that's important for us to recognize. The other is, I think a big revelation for me was about 25 years ago. I was working in a Catholic worker house doing volunteer work, and we would set a time. It was a community for Hispanic people in Cleveland, Ohio. And I was able to gain a good relationship with this one gentleman from Honduras. And I said, when we say dinner at 6 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
why is it you're always late?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he says, well, I know it's at 6 o'clock. I'm like, and, you know, right? Because those of us who are from the Midwestern white, predominantly white, German, white culture, it's a sign of respect.
Exactly.
That you show up. And my old band teacher would say, to be early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late.
Mm-hmm.
And to be late is don't even bother.
Right.
Okay. So to close up on that, he said, we simply have different priorities on what is important. He says, your priority is the next thing, which speaks a lot about our culture, that we're always to the next thing, the next thing. That is the more important thing.
Right.
He said, for us, where we are at in that moment is the most important thing. And so if you're visiting with grandma, you are not going to take off and go to dinner with somebody else, because being with grandma is the most important thing. Dinner will wait.
Right.
But so it's a whole cultural understanding about time. It's a cultural understanding about values, etc.
Exactly. How do you value? How do you act on that value? And just kind of an exercise. Where is the United Methodist Church? Is it individualistic or collectivistic? Now, I have to make a qualifier. How do you, you know, is it individualistic or collectivistic? Now, wait, I forgot I was going to say. The qualifier is, what's your preference? I prefer to be communal. Like me, that's because that's what I grew up with. And so any decision I make it with a group, a trusted group of friends who gives me perspectives and all of that. Then I know that it's not just a lateral thing, but, you know, an arbitrary, that's my preference. But so I have that, but I sometimes am called to just make a call. Right. So what is your preference? I should have said that. Anyway, the United Methodist Church, what is it supposedly? What are we proponents for? Yes.
I've noticed when I'm doing interfaith, supposedly,
continuing education, which is mostly various Christian traditions, but we want to pretend that as the United Methodist in the group, I'm more collectivistic than a lot of other white-centric denominations. And I think that's the blessing of being in a multiracial global church.
All right, thank you. How about low context, high content, or high context, low content? You know, for us who had to do the questions and go before the Board of Ordained Ministry, are we low context, high content, or high context, low content? Yeah. Well, you know that reporting we have to do, the wonderful reporting. That's I would consider that high context, low content. Everything needs to be explained. How many were baptized? How many professed? And how did you get this budget? And all of that. And that's how we communicate throughout United Methodist. Are we monochronic or polychronic? Monochronic, we have deadlines. You have to get that Ezra report. Okay, you have to get your apportionment done. So it's monochronic. Egalitarian or hierarchical? Pardon me? Oh, yes. Yes, we are. Okay. Are we task focused or relationship focused? Task focused. Okay. Do we surface differences or do we maintain harmony? We maintain harmony. Okay. Now, let's go back to what Jesus taught us to be. Are we taught to be individualistic or collectivistic? Low context, high content, or high context, low content? High context? Are we monochronic or polychronic? Polychronic. Kairos. Egalitarian or hierarchical? Supposedly egalitarian because he had disciples, he was a teacher, but then at the end he said, I call you my friends. And I have to know. Task focused or relationship focused? Surfacing differences or maintaining harmony? Surfacing differences, right? So how are we working? Do you remember the difference between the UMC traits and the Jesus traits? Are we aligned? Thanks be to God that we have work to do. So this reminds me of adaptation, reminds me of Paul's use of his freedom. I am free and belong to no one. I have made myself a slave to everyone to win as many as possible. To the Jews, I became like a Jew to win the Jews. To those under the law, I became like one under the law. And so forth. Because the most important one was for them to know of salvation through Jesus Christ. And I never really liked Paul that much. I think we focus on Paul too much and less of Jesus. But what this taught me was that he humbled himself to have cultural humility. And it reinforces the wisdom that we never attain an endpoint. as each experience keeps the journey ongoing. And that's what you were talking about. You know, I have to adapt to wherever I am, depending on the social group that is being asked of me at that point. So, all to say, it isn't about, again, not right or wrong, good or bad, but about being fluid with the spectrum. When are you called? And then what the goal is for us, what is our goal? Anybody? We have no goals. Okay, well, lunch break. Pardon me? Transform the world. Oppression free. Not harm people. Yes. What else? Perfection in love. Those are goals that are not abstract. We can be concrete with our attitude, our behaviors, and our actions. It has 3 principles, and this was from a nurse practitioner in University of San Francisco. The 3 principles that she came up with was that it's a lifelong learning process of self-reflection and self-critique, and recognizing and challenging power imbalances for respectful partnership. And then hopefully with that awareness, we get to how then can we make the institution accountable. It's not by legislation. We try that. We say we have legislated transformation. Now it's up to us, you know, with our disciples. It's time. I have talked enough. Some more? Is it break time? Lunch. So have lunch and come back about 12. So maybe as we wait for lunch, we have a bathroom break. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for coming back. It's wonderful. And thank you so much for the conversation I had at the table. And it's exactly why we're doing this. There's a lot, as we have experienced, I'm included in that, is the conflict. And how do we deal with conflict? And we're, the language and the frame that we have been looking through is the cultural lens. And that culture, we said, that is not just about race and ethnicity, but our Midwestern culture, gender culture, all of those social groups make a difference. And it is when we don't understand each other and we don't make time to understand each other and learn about each other is when we get into conflict. One of the things that we have is that cross-cultural styles of conflict resolution. There are so many ways. I remember my professor in mission talking about the way the culture of the African culture in resolving a conflict, and that was going through a third party. So there's no shame that happens. And And it isn't about just Africa, it's everywhere. And sometimes it's a personality. Most of the time, it's cultural and what we grew up with. So all of that, again, is a spectrum. So what's the advantage of a denial or suppression? What's an advantage of it when you deny it or suppress it? It'll settle quickly. The appearance of harmony. What else? You can make the forwards. If you deny it, it doesn't exist, doesn't it? No, we're good. We're happy. Yes, avoids the escalation. You don't feed it. But what is a disadvantage when we deny it or suppress it? Pardon me? The problem continues. What else? It festers. I just love that word, fester. Did you watch French Kiss with Meg Ryan and Kevin Kline? And Meg Ryan was trying to get Kevin Kline to open up to her. And when you don't say it, it just festers. Fester, fester, fester. And so what happens when it festers? It grows, and then what happens? It blows up. I'm sorry? Metastasize. Is that what you said? Okay. Gosh, I love these words. Great. Now, the other one is power of authority. That when you use that power of authority, what's good about it? The buck stops here, right? I'm it. I'm saying no. What else? Pardon me? Fast. Right. Yes, dog. Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
Sometimes find that when I'm facing sexism head on and I just lay out all my titles,
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing their game and winning.
Right. Well, and it's okay. I mean, the thing is, you have an authority. And those are the things that at one point you have to assert that authority, right? I'm the pastor or something, or as my mom said, I'm the mom and I said so, right? She was right. But what's the disadvantage of using power of authority? Pardon me? I'm sorry, I can't. Top down. What happens when it's top down? Okay, you're told to shut up, and so the people in the bottom are ignored, right? And so there's no investment. There's no engagement. There's no growth of leadership. And we're all about leadership development. We want them to grow as disciples. We want them to grow in action. Great. What's a third party intermediary? What's good about that? I think I have have experienced a mediator coming to my church because there was a conflict between a family and me. What's good about having a third party? Neutrality. And what else? Rebalancing the dynamics. Listening. Yeah. What happens though you know, what can go bad? What can go askew when you have a third party intermediary? Gone.
In some situations, the third party is not neutral,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's only in perception.
Right. There is that. And it's a perception. I worked with a conference, and by the time I went into a church, I was seen as them. I was part of the institution, and so they really didn't trust me because it was, you know, imbalanced. The other one is that when you have a third party intermediary, what happens when the conflict comes again? You really haven't resolved it between the two conflicting parties, right? How about, oh, yes.
So this can be a positive, but it can also be a negative.
Yes.
They don't have a personal investment in the outcome.
Yes, exactly. And it is. That's why I want you to remember the operative word of spectrum. I'm not advertising for Spectrum, although I have Spectrum, but it is that we have a spectrum. How we use it, how we navigate, we need to learn about that. Okay, group consensus. What's good about that? People are heard. People are engaged. What happens on a group consensus? I think World Council of Churches goes with group consensus. The Swedish government goes on group consensus. But what's hard about group consensus? Oh, God have mercy, yes. The loudest voice wins, okay? What else? Minority is ignored.
Grace,
Hmm.
may I just lift up as observing what is going on here? We have a lot more voices from the white Eurocentric voices that are being lifted, and would really love to hear from some more of our friends of color, as even just in this own experience that we are witnessing and being part of, that white voices are being heard more often than not.
Thank you, Amanda. And, you know, two caveats here. It is that I have time. I mean, I'm looking at tomorrow. So the time element. And the other part of this is also the understanding of learning. I come from the Philippines, where I grew up with rote learning and lecture, because we didn't have enough books, and that the authority was the professor. So my kind of learning was much more of an observant. And actually, I still go that route of observant because my regard for the professor or the trainer is so high. So I say that so that we don't feel compelled or pressured. If you don't feel comfortable, don't. You know, that is also a freedom that we have. So but Amanda is right. There is that privilege or the culture of the popcorn or something. But thank you. How about direct discussion? What is good about direct discussion? I think it's the American society, right? We fix it now. There's a problem, we fix it now, right? What happens when we do that? Pardon me? No, it doesn't always work. Why? It takes time, and we hurt feelings. Feelings again.
Nothing more than.
Okay, Lisa.
We work out of our own perspective because we haven't created relationships with people who are the most impacted in a lot of the voices that come to the door. We work out of our how we've been socialized.
Right.
And until we create relationships, I mean, really authentic relationships, and then I always tell people, know when to step up, but with stepping up, you also need to be very cognitive when to step back and when to be silent and let
Right.
someone else speak. Let their voice be heard.
It's true. How about patience and waiting it out? The person will die, and so that the problem goes away. What else? I mean, again, the thing is, again, if you just you wait it out, it still festers and it doesn't address the conflict.
Grace,
Yes.
I think there's been a couple of times in my life where patience and waiting it out I'm glad I took that path, but I found in my own culture and orientation that's hard to do. But when I do it, going to a church that I'm a trained intentional interim, and I walk into churches that I have to be intentional that I'm not just suppressing or denying,
Right.
but that I'm watching and waiting for the opportunities.
Right. And that's part of the discipline, the skill, and the practice of self-awareness. What's going on? And one of the things that helped me so much is going through this process of how to break the anger cycle. Who has hot buttons? Right? Also, they're called triggers, right? Triggers. What's an example of a hot button or a trigger? Anybody? Pardon me? Politics, right? Gone.
One of my favorite hot buttons is when the Council of Bishops organizes their calendars so that local church clergy have to go to meetings with the bishop during Lent. It's systemic, and I wish they'd get over it.
It's been directly discussed. Okay. So the hot button is something that is the emotion, the feeling. Again, we talked about a hot button, and a hot button is one that we sometimes feel excluded or have been wrong. And so what happens is we react towards it. And the process that I learned from Anita Rowe and Lee Garden Schwartz was about how to break that cycle. And so that trigger comes in. Somebody mansplained. So that becomes a threat. That's a threat to your psyche. But then it's an unmet expectation of self or others. How dare them do that to me? How dare them try to explain what I have already said? Didn't I say that before? So then it's that loss of control or approval. Some of us have this delusion of control. I'm one of them. Okay, so it's either that loss of control or loss of approval. You see yourself, and so what happens then is we assume that we are not enough. So what is it I'm telling myself? I'm wrong. or, I've been dissed or something. So the power assessment, we have choices in that power assessment. We can either take charge of the situation, directly discuss it. Well, what just happened here? This is where I am. Or your behavior then becomes that you realize it's not you, and it is the other person. And then the attitude, the attitude you have. So what else can this mean? Boy, he's having a bad day. So this is his way of being seen or having control over himself. So that is one thing that all through here, you don't have to you don't have to go through the cycle to get to the anger. More often than not, we get to the anger quickly, even before we found out the trigger. Isn't that the case? So we can either get angry, and then we end up again with the cycle of anger. Or we can say, okay, what's going on? Why is this a threat? Is this about me, or is it about him? And so therein lies that self-awareness and the empathy. So it is that a hot button, be it an institutional or a grand white supremacy issue or a self-esteem issue, that is one thing then that we are called to learn of ourselves and how to free ourselves from going back and doing that, and it gets to be futile, and we stay with the anger instead of getting liberated from that anger. I remember Nelson Mandela saying that I'm going to go get out of this prison. Realize that for me to really be out of prison is to be good with myself. So that his advocacy isn't about his resentment or his anger, but about that he himself, he liberated himself so he can work on liberation for all. So we look at the intent, the impact, and what is the expectation? What is lost? Is it control or approval? And then the nature of relationship. That's the other part, always, that is important. Is that other person a person that you would like to have a relationship with? Is that other person your boss? Is that other person your mother? Or and then the cultural influences that go with that relationship. Does this make sense? It's a long process. Again, it's all contextual. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. It depends on if you woke up on the right side of bed or if you need coffee and somebody talked to you before your coffee. So, can you discuss a time when you were hijacked? That's another word, hijacked. Can you look at another person and kind of just in 2 minutes talk about that hijack? And what were you feeling? And what values were under attack? And how did you respond? And how did you feel about your response? Hijack is your hot button. Or you were triggered. All right, 2 minutes is up. So in sharing your situation, it really is about the value. What value was attacked? What value? Power? What value? Don?
I think there's something for us here to also number of voices.
There is that, but the value under attack when council bishops organizes the calendars so that clergy have to leave local churches during Lent, high discipleship season, for a day with the bishop, is the fact that they want us to remember that the primary mission of the United Methodist Church is to make faithful disciples of Jesus Christ for the transformation. And then they forget the primary locus of discipleship making is the local church.
All right. So the value of the importance and significance of the local church. And so what feelings were generated? Oh, Lisa.
Well, from my experience, what triggers me is when someone devalues my experience, and then they devalue me as a person and a human.
The value of self. Could that be? Yeah. So again, we go back to feelings. How did that make you feel? We go back to that exclusion exercise. The feeling of exclusion, the feeling of resentment, feeling of bitterness. And so that would be the response. And how did you feel about your response? Cricket. How did you feel about it? Did you feel good about that response of being angry or getting out of control? Yeah. Pardon me? You get sad because then someone got the better of you. Part of the things that I'm realizing, I love the social behaviors and all of that, but one thing is that we can use anger for good, and we can lead with that anger when we realize it and when we develop skills to regulate it. Because when you get angry and people just feel your anger rather than hear what you said and see your faithfulness, it kind of defeats the purpose. So that's a big thing. That's a very big thing about the hot button, the trigger or hijack. When you get hijacked, it really isn't about the other person, but it's all about you. What didn't go well? And how can we learn from this together? One of the things that as I mentioned before, about Brené Brown is her work on empathy. I think some of you have seen this, and this is my last theory. In this animated, could you see the animation? Oh, it's wonderful. And so Brené Brown was saying, when someone is sad or is having problems or something, the best thing we can provide is our presence or our empathy. So it's an animated one that the bear goes down and said, "Hi, I know what you feel. I don't know what you feel, but I'll stay with you." And that is better than somebody looking down at you and say, that's bad, huh? You want a sandwich? And because we're not comfortable with not having the answer, not having to fix it. But more often than not, what we need is presence. And what else could it be? And so that comes from Teresa Wiseman, a concept analysis of empathy. That it's the perspective taking and recognizing their perspective as truth. And that's what Lisa was saying is when she's hijacked, that is telling her that myself is undervalued. It's not valued at all. And so when we have empathy, what Lisa is experiencing is what is valid and true. That is her truth. And so we hear it, we see it, and we stay out of judgment. It isn't bad, it isn't good, it just is. And we recognize the emotion in other people. It is not a one-up. Do you think you have it bad? I'll tell you about the other part, you know. We get so competitive because everybody, we don't know ourselves enough to love ourselves. We're not secure enough that to realize it's really not about us. And then communicating that emotion with people. That's the empathy that Brene Brown is saying we can develop this. It's a skill. Listening, how are you, what's something that assures you that you're being heard? Yes? Thank you, Debbie.
I appreciate when a person says back to me what I have said to them, and especially if they say it slightly different. Mm-hmm. So then I know that they have heard me and that they have some sort of understanding.
Yes, definitely. Any other? So I leave you with this, that I forgot where I was going. The liberation from oppression starts with us. What are we restricting ourselves? And so then that we are liberated enough to see the other and the hurt that comes from it. As Lamar said, it's a mutuality of growing. And the cultural competence is part of that growth, of seeing and being curious and having the humility to learn from one another. Lisa.
And I completely agree. It starts with us internally breaking that down, but also too, it can't stay with us.
No,
and it's the circles, and then for me, I'm an organizer, so then I say also too, then looking at the broader systems and structures, because if we want to be oppression free, we can't do one without the others. It starts with us, but it's like a ripple. It should be going further out.
And that's where the cultural humility is, seeing a self-critique. We have to remember the self-critique, and then the power imbalance of the partnership. So then we can help make the institution accountable. So look, that's why cultural humility is so important, but self-awareness is the very first. Thank you all. If you could stand up, please, and shake and get to know somebody. Go around and say your name and what label has been put on you.
Okay, well, thanks. Grace and I had to do a little rearranging because of the time, and I kind of rambled too long. And so at any rate, I'm going to begin not so much where I'm going to begin not so much where I started, but I want to I got a little video I'd like to show because when you crunch in front of your mouth and talking, sometimes you run out of time for these videos. But I thought this was a very interesting video. It says a lot about our conversation. So I want to run this video, and then I'll go back and talk about small groups and move through that into a few other things to wind up. And I do want to apologize to those who are online, where we had I think we had a scheduled break from 12:30 to 1:30, and we didn't do that. We did something different. So I do want to apologize to you for that. At any rate, I'm going to run this video, and then we can get back into the other parts of our discussion.
Think of a baby when it's born as a simple stick figure. Pretend identity is like the first set of clothes given to them by others who expect them to wear that style throughout their life. Now consider their personal style, might be color or hairstyle, as clothes that they would pick to best match their personality. Likewise, gender identity is shaped at birth when a doctor assigns gender. Grandparents then begin to describe boys as having strong cries or gift girls pink headbands with bows. For some, gender assignment and all that is associated with it is without conflict. As we mature, we carry this assigned identity as we engage with social structures like schools. Cisgender kids go into their assigned boys or girls bathroom without hesitation. Walking into a different bathroom is met with redirection. For transgendered and genderqueer people, however, the assignment of gender at birth is painful. Their identities create tensions and are in opposition to assigned gender roles, behaviors, and expectations from friends, family, and society. They worry, which bathroom is safe for me? This tension also happens around language. In the US, English is considered a primary or sole language, and this affects everyone's identity. Unless you are in a foreign language class or a bilingual school, there can be stigma about speaking languages other than English in the classroom or in the playground. You may receive messages that English is the only acceptable language in school. The social messaging is that speaking another language is shameful and problematic, while speaking English, ideally without an accent, is rewarded as good behavior. In this way, Spanish-speaking family members are stigmatized as others, and speaking Spanish becomes undesirable. This process explains why, regardless of country of origin, children of non-English speakers lose their language by the third generation. These are just a couple examples that demonstrate how social structures construct, limit, and place value on identities. This becomes highly problematic when school completion, racial profiling, poverty, and health disparities are associated with specific identities. Social messages from schools, peers, and the media are conflicting. They tell us that all men are created equal despite what is actually reinforced by everyday interactions, like the classic example of a white woman who guards her purse in the elevator when a black man enters. A clash begins when the social messaging and the actual experiences do not match. We cannot be equal if we define one group as better or even superior to another based on gender or racial identification. Whiteness is the preferred norm, the identity that all other identities are compared to or contrasted against. The norm of whiteness is so strong that it is invisible. For instance, when describing a person, if their race is not described, the assumption is that they are white. Inequality touches all parts of our lives, even when we're thinking of starting a healthy family. We assume that education, income, and healthy lifestyles should produce the same healthy birth outcomes regardless of race in the US. Yet research indicates that regardless of age, education, income, and healthy behaviors, and unrelated to genetics, Black women in the US have poorer birth outcomes than their white counterparts. Black women experience increased infant deaths, maternal deaths, and low birth weights. Many scientists associate the resulting poorer birth outcomes to increased stress related to experiences of racism. But how do we have social change and equity when those who are most affected can be demoralized and frustrated by their everyday attempts to achieve the same outcomes as their white counterparts. Our relationship to identity groups can be the key to creating change. Since social inequities occur predominantly to communities of color, social transformation requires, among other things, a mobilization of identity. Social movements based in identity, such as the Black Liberation Movement, the Chicano movement, and the women's rights movement, harness identity by educating people about social structural inequality and its impact on them. In this way, social movements can create an educated counter-narrative. Stories like that of Benjamin Banneker, a Black architect who was hired by Thomas Jefferson to build the White House after the French architect Pierre Charles L'Enfant stormed off the job. This exemplifies Banneker's invisibility in U.S. history and the prominence of L'Enfant, who has a metro stop named after him in Washington, D.C. Knowing the invisible history and cultural icons of communities can be used to coalesce people of a shared identity and can call forth other successful historical struggles. For instance, the United Farm Workers Union and their leaders, Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, carried banners of Our Lady of Guadalupe as they marched from Delano to Sacramento, California to demand justice for farm workers. The same icon was used by Father Miguel Hidalgo in Mexico's fight for independence from Spain, and again in the Mexican Revolution by Emiliano Zapata. The way that these icons were used are also evidence that global and national struggles for transformational change can be organized at local levels. As people committed to social change, the questions for us are, how much do we really understand about the history and legacies of the communities in which we work? And as both insiders and outsiders of these communities, how do we use the power of narrative informed by cultural histories of contribution, resistance, and justice to activate change in grassroots community organizing?
Okay, my bad. I forgot to put that on the slideshow. A lot of things we've talked about, both I and Grace, in terms of group dynamics, comes from what is called in-group favoritism. And that is because when we socially categorize, we tend to favor the groups that we identify with. And the groups that we most strongly identify with, we tend to hold in greatest favor. And we do that while at the same time thinking less of groups that we don't belong to. So that as an alpha, I tend to think less of people in other college fraternities because I think that my group is the best. And there are somehow lesser. And as a matter of fact, I beat my younger brother up because he became a captain. Because he should have followed my lead. But he was insolent enough not to do that. At any rate, as I said, most people tend to express a higher degree of favoritism or preference towards person belonging to the social groups they identify with, and less towards others. And that is called in-group favoritism, and it permeates our behavior and our attitude towards others. And certainly when we get into churches and church members also reflect in-group favoritism in terms of the norms and values of the groups that they most strongly identify with. And that comes out of, as I said before, people's need to belong and to be unique. And that results in a favoritism, which when it gets to its extreme, then can turn into what we may call a centric behavior, like ethnocentrism or heterocentrism, or something of that nature. And again, out of this in-group favoritism piece, without looking less at other groups, we can also to construct idealized images of people in other groups, and we call them stereotypes. So this is what people in this group do. So when I grew up, we had this stereotype that other people thought of was that, black people, they can sing, they can dance. And I felt funny because I couldn't sing and I couldn't dance. And somehow or another, I felt I wasn't black enough because I was deficient in those attributes. But a stereotype then is a picture about what other people are. And stereotypes can be good, but normally, in terms of social groups, they're diminishing and they're detrimental. I mean, we cast stereotypes about athletes, and normally the stereotypes we cast about athletes are pretty good. But and from the perspective of a person of color, and I'm just speaking out of African American experience, when we cast stereotypes of whites, it's mixed because some stereotypes that blacks have of whites would really like because it tends to have them in a favorable, superior position, but other stereotypes that blacks cast of whites really are derogatory. And so it's kind of a mixed bag there. But nonetheless, stereotypes give us characterizations of others. And as the United States developed over time, there were stereotypes about Native Americans, and a lot of them, like to say, the noble savage, sort of a stereotype where although they were eating away and diminishing Native Americans in their way of life and taking their land from them, they still held them in esteem for who they were. And likewise, there were stereotypes about Asians, particularly drawn from the Chinese that came to build the railroads. And some of those stereotypes were mixed bags. Some of them were fairly positive, but they also had a denigrating element to them. But in terms of African Americans, because African Americans came here as slaves and were defined as the American value system was constructed. They were defined as being at the bottom of the social level, at the bottom of the social structure hierarchy. There were very few positive things that they could say about African Americans because when you say positive things about them, it raises them up in the hierarchy. To keep them down, they have to keep fairly negative. So that is beyond the scope of my comments that I intended to say, but it just came in. What happens when social group differences are exaggerated, like when you have in-group favoritism or that you have polarization between social groups, and as I said, these centric behaviors come and you have their negative stereotypes. And out of these stereotypes tend to justify oppressive acts like discrimination, marginalization, and exclusion. Now, we have stereotypes about people in the LGBTQ community too. And a lot of us act out of those stereotypes. And a lot of those stereotypes tend to bring out about what people call homophobia and things of that nature because simply we don't understand what they're doing. And we have a stereotype about who they are and what they do. And that leads to diminishing behavior. So a stereotype is a generalized belief about a particular category of people. They're complex. They attempt to simplify complexities. And when you simplify complexities, you take a whole lot out. And they provide expectations about every person of a particular group, and they infer that the individual any individual that's part of the stereotype has the whole range of attributes that I've attributed to the stereotype. And in fact, within any group, within any social group, within any ethnicity, within any group of people, there is diversity. It's not plain vanilla. People are different. Within families, people are different. So stereotypes ignore the difference and assume that everybody's the same way. And I won't, you could think about that, but just want to say about centric behaviors. Most of us are centric. Most of us are ethnocentric or heterocentric or homocentric. However we feel. We, in other words, we have much more favoritism towards the primary groups we identify with than others. We tend to be centric, but our centricism does not have to result in diminutive in problematic behaviors. One of the things that most people I talk to about this don't agree with me, but it's my opinion that most of the time when we run into people, we call them racist, they're really ethnocentric. Because to be racist, you really have to exert your personal power or social power over and against people because of the social group that they belong to. And most people really don't have the capacity to do that. Some do. But when I hear people saying, you know, bad things and diminishing things, I simply say the person's ethnocentric. And I do not have to let them have power over me. None of us are part of this. But sometimes we relinquish power because sometimes you feel good about relinquishing power because then I can cast a label. I know Grace talked about label. I can label you now that I've given you power to act on your ethnocentrism, and therefore I can label you racist because I've given you the power to be that. I tend not to want to do that. So, but then that's my opinion. And some people think otherwise. You know, I wanted to have a whole bunch of little small group discussions. And if it's okay with you, I'd like to kind of run through this for about another 5-10 minutes, and then we can have some kind of discussion if you want, if it's okay. But if you have a question or something like that, raise your hand, okay? Or if you want to have a comment or whatever, okay? All right, so the other thing I want to say, and Grace touched on this some, is that social groups have cultures and norms. They have beliefs, behaviors, and other characteristics, just like we do. And through their cultures, groups define themselves, and the culture has a set of rules, of course, that demands and enforces that you comply. Conformity. And social groups have collective emotions. Think of Packer fans or Badger fans. They got emotions. The groups have emotions. All social groups have emotions. And a lot of times people within those social groups express the collective emotions, feelings, and expectations too. Social groups normally form hierarchies. I know Grace, part of her discussion was this egalitarian place where there's no hierarchy. And I imagine those things do exist. But certainly in our experience, particularly in our country, it's hierarchical. And social groups form hierarchies, and there's boundaries between the strata of the hierarchy. Think about a ladder with legs. And boundaries can be rigid, or they can be what they call porous. And a rigid boundary means that if you are of a certain social group or social standing, you cannot pass up into the next. You can probably go down, but you can't pass up into the next. And the United States has a fairly rigid social hierarchy, at least in terms of some things. When you talk about class or some other things, there's some ascendancy. When you talk about social status, there's a certain amount of ascendancy. But by and large, when you talk about ethnicities, it tends to be more rigid in terms of people being able to ascend up the social ladder. It all depends on where you're at in the setting. If you're talking about orientation, certainly there were rigidities with women too, but social groups, particularly societies, and even within churches, there are hierarchies. Some have a higher status, some have a lower status, and for some people, it's quite difficult to get higher up in status because the rules of their social hierarchy tend to work against that. Two important characteristics, I believe, of social hierarchies and social settings is that some social groups have more privilege than others, and we call those the dominant social group. And the privilege of those social groups is based mainly on socially constructed legitimizing myths rather than actual merit. In other words, if I'm in a if I'm in a dominant group and I'm privileged over other groups, I have to have some rationale for why I'm there, other than just the raw exercise of my power. I've got to have something that legitimizes me being there. There's normally some type of narrative around that. And legitimizing myths are basically untrue beliefs that people accept to explain by why one group is more privileged than another, and to rationalize the denigration and exploitation of lower status groups. Now, we have learned in our time, we have learned to really be sophisticated with these arguments, to make them almost seem reasonable. And so it's kind of hard to work your way through what's a legitimizing myth and what's really what could be told to the truth. But I want to, the fall. The Genesis 3 story has been used as a legitimizing myth so many times to rationalize the dominance of men over women. I think that that's diminishing, maybe. And you see the anti-Semitism where we say the Jews persecuted and killed Jesus. I'm not sure that's exactly true, but that's a legitimizing myth for anti-Semitism. It has been in the past. That may be diminishing, and certainly African Americans remember Canaan and the nakedness of Noah, and when Noah cursed not his son, but his grandson. And we understand that was actually a rationale for the enslavement of Canaanites by the Israelite nation, but it has been used as a suggestion that, well, I guess Ham was black and his children were black, and therefore blacks were cursed and were castigated to be dominated by other people. And so, you find a lot of legitimizing myths, not just in the Bible, but in other places. I just want to throw those out as an example. But by and large, hierarchies tend to strengthen and reinforce the status quo by sustaining in-group favoritism, and that helps to keep the dominant group in power. And prejudice and bias then are behaviors that tend to defend and maintain the status quo. I'm sorry. But raising awareness, advocating, and things of that nature can really help to diminish and change the narrative of legitimizing risks and revise the status quo. Because, ultimately what we want to do is revise the status quo. We talk about culture change. There's going to be some kind of status quo, more than likely. What it is, who knows? But we want to revise it so it's more egalitarian, so it's more inclusive, and so that and it's more equitable. Now, there are some ways of approaching this that they want to put everybody in the same social group so that we're all under the same status quo. And we'll talk about that a little bit later if we have time. But, here it is there. It's been found that prejudice and bias among social groups will diminish if the predominant group every person identifies with as belonging to is superordinate or overarching, such as Americans or United Methodist. Now, what that means is that it's not that you have changed your hierarchy because you get class and all those other things that constitute the hierarchy, but to diminish the incidence of in-group favoritism and the negative outcomes that it can have if everybody in the society or in the church identifies with a single large social group identification, then that will diminish in-group favoritism because they'll all be part of the same group. So, for instance, in the country of Rwanda, where they had artificial ethnicities that wound up with a genocide with folk killing each other, and then after the Civil War, the new regime that came in said, well, if everybody can go back to think of themselves only as Rwandan, then we won't have these subgroups fighting against each other. Now, that's been scientifically tested, and there is some success with having everybody identify with a single overarching superordinate group. They had some success in Rwanda, but the problem is that people have memories, and the tendency for distinctiveness and belonging is still there. And it's hard to find it in large, overarching, superordinate groups. That's why a lot of people like small churches rather than large churches, because they lose themselves in the large church. They have a better sense of belonging in the smaller churches. And uniqueness is the same way that the nation of Rwanda found out that, well, we can have people belong to the superordinate group, but they're still going to want to belong and identify with smaller groups. And so that sort of undermines the what is intended with creating a superordinate group. Now, I have a book on the table that which is what I meant to bring out is that is a model for multicultural, for bringing about multiculturalism in the church. That there are a few churches that have said that we're going to have everybody subscribe to a single superordinate identity, like children of God, like people of God, like born again. And if everybody subscribes to that, then the ethnic and the orientation identities won't make any difference. And there has been some success with doing that, but people don't lose their group identities, and they don't really lose their in-group favoritism. And it works to some extent in keeping the church together, but how sustainable that is over time is that question. And it really does not give people change in terms of identity change, in terms of who they are in respect of the people, particularly when they get outside of the church. But that is a model and an approach that has been used. And I've got some worksheets when you come back, when you go home, you might want to print them out and kind of work through some of this. Because the whole idea was to kind of take the concepts and work through them. But I want to talk just a little bit about acculturation. Just to say that in-group favoritism really is no problem as long as the only people that you interact with is people that are in your group. So you like each other, cool. Those other people there are funny and strange, whatever. But I don't have to interact with them. I don't have to be bothered with them. So what's the big deal? So, I learned about this group over in somewhere in Asia and Africa, and they do funny things that I think are crazy. It doesn't bother me. They can do it because they don't affect me, I don't think. But they do say that, though, whatever you do somewhere affects everybody. But I don't feel the effect anyway. But what happens in our churches, of course, is we have what's called an intersection of cultures. We meet and greet each other. And in that intersection of cultures, then, our group influences affect how we interact with each other. And so when cultures intersect, then the groups and their group norms and their group values, the cultures, you might say, clash. And out of that clash comes what we call intercultural conflict. But when a person enters a culture that they haven't been in, they have a choice. They have to adapt. Now, the culture has to adapt to them. They have to adapt to the culture. And normally, there are 4 ways of adapting. Of course, I got here that acculturation results in a lot of changes, adaptive changes. And the outcome of adaptation can affect you psychologically, socioculturally, or interculturally. So you adapt psychologically, you adapt by trying to fit into the cultural setting, and you adapt by being able to be culturally competent or having harmonious relationship in your intercultural relationship. Now, adaptation is a real serious challenge for persons coming into church cultures, whether it be a man or a woman, or heterosexual, homosexual, or whatever, or black or white or Asian or Hispanic. When you come into a culture that's different from you, there is adaptation issues. Now that culture's got to adapt to you, but because they're dominant, they have a lot more power over what happens in their adaptation, and they have power over how you're able to adapt. They can choose to let you enter, or they can choose not to let you enter. And those have psychological and other kind of effects on you. They have economic, they can even have physiological effects on you. Persons normally, when they come into cultures to adapt, they have attitudes and preferences and behaviors in respect to how they adapt. And one is which, when I come into a culture, I can be oriented towards my own social group. In other words, I can go into a culture and be who I am. In other words, I can go into a white church and be black. That does cause problems, I'll tell you. I guess when I came to Wisconsin, and I used to say amen all the time. And I used to wear a wide brim hat that my wife bought with me that she liked, and I wear it low over my eyes, and I thought it was cool. And I used to walk with a bounce, and all the brothers in Chicago said, "Oh, Lamar, you got a cool walk," and I liked that. But then when I came to Stoughton, I couldn't do that because that walk and that swagger was the city cool was. It didn't feel right to him, and my hat didn't look good to him. And I used to say amen, and people would say, "He's trying to make us Baptists." Well, I mean, that was actually a code word for saying he's bringing his ethnicity into play. Well, I stopped saying amen, and the thought struck me, and I started walking straight with my back up like this. And the thought struck me that maybe you ought to change hats. It took me about a year or two to realize that. And so I went and bought a baseball hat and wore it. And the first day I came to that church with that baseball hat, I had a whole bunch of people come by me and say, hey, nice hat, nice hat, nice hat. They never said that about my other hat. And I understood that I had come into cultural approval because I'd done some level of assimilation that the people wanted me to do. And I was just too blind to see it because I was immersed in being oriented towards my own culture. Another preference that people may bring is orientation towards other social groups in large society. In other words, I prefer more to try to be like them. I'm going to let go of a lot of my cultural background and understanding so I can be more like the culture I'm trying to enter into. And the other factor is the power that you possess to pursue how you're acculturated. And again, if you're not in a dominant group, the extent to which you can acculturate well is influenced very, very highly by the dominant group. So when you have pastors of color or members of color, or not so much of color because it works true for churches that are populated by persons of color too. But when you have persons that come in of a culture different from yours, it's important that you be aware how your behavior and your attitude can diminish their power. And in the midst of that can cause psychological problems and other kind of problems because it interferes with their ability to adapt well. And I'm not going to dwell on this, but basically, people's choices with going into cultures is they can assimilate, they can separate, they can integrate, they can marginalize, And the preferable way of going in is, it's not preferable because there's problems with this approach too. But ideally, you integrate, which means I'm getting into your culture and I'm bringing my culture too. And when that happens, then what happens is the culture that you go into tends to adapt to what you bring of your culture to. And so they assimilate into your culture somewhat too. So you have a two-way assimilation if you have integration. Or you may simply want to become as that culture and lose all your culture, which is the United States used to say we're a melting pot, which means we assimilate everybody, but that was pretty much white Europeans that they were assimilating. And even white Europeans, they weren't assimilating them totally. So it's they say it's more of a stew than a melting pot. A separation is a situation where you retain your own culture and you just don't want to be in contact with it. So if you say Native Americans, that they put them against their will on reservations, that's separation because then they pursue their own culture within their reservation. And they have nations, they have governments and things of that nature. And they're separated to some extent from American society as a whole. And theoretically, if you just live on a reservation, you're totally separated. Although, there's no really total separation because things seep in. Marginalization happens when you can't pursue your culture and you can't pursue their culture either. So if a person goes in the church, and this may be more true of persons in the LGBTQ plus community than in the ethnic piece. But when you enter into the situation and you can't be who you are, but they don't want you to be a part of them either, you're marginalized. And that's what issues of inclusion, that's what issues of exclusion and inclusion are. If we're going to include people, we're going to take away what marginalizes them. Now, a lot of African Americans, pastors and persons of color on an ethnic basis have entered dominant society churches and felt marginalized too, because they did not quite feel that they could enter into that culture because of who they were and how they looked. But they also did not feel that culture wanted to receive who they were, so they could not truly be who they were in the culture, and that is psychologically stressing. And so a lot of the pastors needed relief, find a place where they could truly be who they are. And I think people in churches and people in societies are a lot of times just oblivious to that. Because, a lot of times you can think you're doing good, you think you're doing well, and you're still marginalizing people. Simply because they cannot be who they are, and you're not really willing to totally allow them to enter into who you are. So this exercise of power that persons in dominant groups can have the power, have the ability to exercise, can result in what we call acts of oppression. And acts of oppression can have significant psychological, emotional, physical, and economic consequences towards people. Now, I've been running my mouth without a chance to do a break or an exercise. And it's about 2:09. So why don't we take about 5 minutes to think about your local church setting and what kind of power dynamics do you see in there? What's the dominant social group in your church, and how does the dominant church social group relate towards interacting with people who are not the dominant social group? And I should say dominant social groups because we're taking a look at 3 different cultures. What's the dominant social group in your church in terms of ethnicity? What's the dominant social group in your church in terms of orientation? What's the dominant social group in terms of ability? And how how the members of those social groups relate to people who are not in those social groups. And what do you think is the impact on people not in the social group and also people in the dominant group? So if you can, want to talk about that for about 5 minutes? Anybody want to make a comment? It's always a dangerous question to ask. Yes, sir.
I'm Pastor Adam from Turtle Lake, a little church up in Northwest District. We were talking about how in our church, as far as my lay delegate and I know, most everyone that attends owns their own home. And we do have, it's a town that does have rental housing. We just kind of were thinking about that too, at a trailer park too, and how there's kind of socioeconomic thing, and then tied into that, there's the intersection of race and immigration status. And that was just kind of something we were thinking about, that it does matter that most of our church members own their own home. That really does change who we see as dominant.
So you think home ownership is a factor in perceptions?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you think home ownership is a factor in their perceptions of others?
I think so. How we see, like, what does a resident Turtle
right.
Lake look like?
Yeah. And I do think that's true, and there's a lot of it's not stated. And what Sue was mentioning to me is that, a lot of these intercultural differences, people are not always able to elaborate on or explicitly state that they're there. And they feel them, they see them, and they experience them, but they can't always put a name to it. Because it's just a normal feeling that they would have. Okay, just this little graphic here is coming into a church. It's coming into a church or any social setting where we're not in the same group as that we strongly identify with. We tend to have how we see ourselves as a person, and we tend to consider how we see ourselves in relation to others and how others see us, and how we see our persons who are not in our social group, and how we see ourselves in relation to others and how other people see me. And these are questions that persons do when they enter into groups that they're not familiar with, although they don't necessarily have strong identification with. Of course, you may have that when you go into a group of friends too, because of self-consciousness and it's concerns about whether I'm going to be accepted or rejected. And certainly when I go into a church setting, I'm wondering how people see me as an individual, and how people see me in relationship to them. And I'm also something I don't do as well as I should is to just say, well, how do I see myself as a person in this context? And how do I consider these people who are not like me? And how do I see myself in relationship to others? And these are questions that go into our minds, and all that has to do with the fact that I culturally am intersecting with another culture. And the answer to those questions is going to determine how I feel, how I behave, and it's going to determine the psychological impact of my being there interacting with these other folks. I'm just say a little bit about power and oppression. I won't say a lot about it. I got a lot on it, but I don't think we have time. The exercise of power is important to maintaining the status quo of a social group's hierarchy. And normally, in most societies, that can be exercised unequally by dominant or privileged social groups, simply to keep the status quo there and to keep privilege there and to keep power there. But that can be very oppressive, and it can cause emotional, psychological, and other kind of adaptation issues for people who are not in that dominant society. And really it has psychological impact on people in the dominant society too, although many people would not admit to that. And that's the video we went through. And I won't say a lot about power, except that power is the ability to act or produce or affect. And power can be given by our position, by our status. It can be given by how people feel about us. For instance, if you're a real good-looking person, you get power because of your good looks. If you are sexually attractive in a lot of ways, sexy people say, that can be the source of power. If you're very smart and very learned, and people are standing awe of your intellectual capacities, that can be a source of power. If you're a politician with a high office, that can be a source of power. Power can be granted by virtue of position, but power most often is given by the people that you interact with. So power is not inherent to an individual normally, except the power to breathe, to eat, and sleep, and that type of thing. But social power, power in the social setting, is the quality of the social relationship. So I can go into a church as pastor and think I got all kind of power, but people don't pay any attention to me. I have no power. You have power because people give it to you. And a lot of times people who consider themselves powerless fail to realize that they're powerless because they have given up their power to others. For some reason or another, they may be scared, they may be intimidated, I don't know, but they've given it up. And you do not have to give your power up. Power has a value and can be used just like money sometimes. So we give power to people for certain reasons, and they can use it as a currency. Power can be perceived or actual. Sometimes we think people are powerful and they actually don't have any power. We think that people have given people a lot of power and they actually don't. But and it is our perceptions that normally drive our behaviors. So in most settings, some persons and groups possess more power than others, and you have a power imbalance. And power imbalances come because of perceptions of power, but they also come because of access to information, access to resources, and capacity, skills, and abilities. And persons may possess lower powers, lower levels of power due to their social status. So if you're in the lower ladder, if you're on the lower rung of the social hierarchy, you would tend to have less power, social power. The people on the higher rungs, at least you would seem to have the perception of that. And if it's perceived that you don't have power, you have a lessened ability to influence, and you become less significant in the play of things, and you can have a diminished voice. And of course, that's why we try to give people voice in meetings so that they can get power. If you don't have voice, you don't have power. I remember a lot of times, so I would sit in meetings and say things, and people would ignore me, and they just go on as though I never said anything. Well, they took away my voice. And taking away my voice, they've taken away the power. And it wasn't my power to take back. They would have to give that power back to me simply by giving me a voice and listening to me. So that's why we emphasize and we focus sharing power and collaborating. And when that happens, then we can rectify power imbalances, and we can resolve a lot of problematic issues. So I've talked about social power, and social power in groups, of course, is the ability to set the norms or make people conform to decide what's legitimate and what's not legitimate, and to instigate change. Power comes in a lot of ways, and some of the most talked about types of social power are by rewarding people, by coercing people, by legitimizing things, and by offering examples for people to be like, just like the prototype. The prototype is a reference. It's what we want people to be like. And that's a force, that's a way of exerting power by saying this is how you should perform. Or expertise can be a types of social power too. But those are a lot of writers on it have identified those as primary types of social power. But of course, there are more than that. Social power can be exercised culturally, it can be exercised politically, and it can be exercised in terms of our status. And I don't think we can spend a lot of time on this, but cultural power has to do with exercising power over norms or rules of the culture that cause people to conform. Political power is the ability to control the behavior of people or influence the outcome of events. And political power has a lot to do with persuasion and how you can change people's attitudes and change people's beliefs. And repetition has a lot to do with that. You find that they say if you tell a lie enough, people will believe it. And one of the things that happens in politics, of course, people say the same thing over and over and over and over, and over again. And we like to say, I was told as a preacher, say it at least 7 times. Keep repeating it, and people will start believing it. And that's a form of political power, where you are trying to influence people in order to change their behavior or to change the outcome of some type of event. Social status is a form of power because the higher you up you are in the social ladder, the more credibility you have, the more access you have, the more ability you have to influence. And so social status gives you a lot of power, and your status can come about in a lot of ways. You may be born into a high status family, you may become a physician, you may become a bishop, or just a superintendent maybe. Or you may have some other things that bring you high in the esteem of people, and that increases your status. One of the things that I put in here because I read it said people with disabilities are one of the last groups whose equal rights have been recognized around the world. So the people with disabilities, even though they may be in a high status ethnic group, they find themselves in a lower social status just simply because of the disabilities that they have that prevent them from fully participating in society. I'd like to kind of skip through this a little bit. Social influence is an outcome of social power, and social influence really has to do with how we can cause the national change in beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors of persons in the social setting. Social influence is most often used to maintain the status quo. And when that happens, that influence tends to marginalize or exclude people who do not want to enter into the status quo. We find a lot of that happening. Marginalization is an outcome of social exclusion, of social influence. And it's called social exclusion. We know what marginalization is. You're either treating the person as being insignificant or powerless or irrelevant. And when we discriminate against people, we have unfair or prejudicial treatment of them based on certain characteristics that they have. Or another definition is the act of making unjustified distinctions between people based on the groups, categories that they're perceived to belong to. And so those social exclusion, marginalization, and discrimination a result when power is exercised in equitable ways. And so we find that to keep the status quo in most societies, even in our church societies, power tends to be distributed in unequal ways. And the question is that when I have people that come into my church that are different, how can I have an equitable distribution of power so that they have a voice, so they can fully participate, and so they do not feel excluded? Now, to be honest with you, a lot of exercises of power are not pre-planned.
or you might say intentional. A lot of exercises of power is simply come out of who people understand themselves to be and what their rights to be are to be. And that's why the question of privilege is so much of a concern, because privilege is something that people are born into or not. And it's just part of who they are, it's part of who they're socialized. And we can exercise our ways and we can exercise our privilege in ways that diminish people and not really even be aware of it. Because it's how we came up and it's how we live, and we think it's an okay part of what we do. And privilege then refers to certain social advantages, benefits, or degrees of prestige and respect that a person has by virtue of belonging to certain identity groups or have certain dimensions to their identity. Now, in this country, we like to talk a lot about white privilege, and whites have privilege by virtue of having been born into the dominant class. And the dominant class has kept its status by being able to successfully being able to exert power over others. That's changing, and that's a threat to a lot of people in the dominant class, the fact that that's changing. And so we find a lot of extreme acts because of that threat. But as a male, I've also been born into some level of privilege, even though I have an ethnicity of African American. I've been born in some level of privilege, as opposed to women. You might not believe this, but when I was a kid, I saw women driving the cars, and I thought that was anathema. I said, "Why is this woman driving the car?" I was starting to believe women were supposed to drive cars. This is part of my male socialization, that somehow or another men had priority on a lot of important things and women were excluded from them. And to be honest with you, that's been a hard perception to change. But I have been ruthlessly brought into reality by some women that I know. And but we all enter into life with some level of privilege, and so we can talk about privilege and rant about it, but we all live our privilege in some way or another, and we have to be aware, become aware of how the way in which we live our lives and exercise what we believe are our rights. How does that diminish others? How does that oppress others? How does that hurt others? Is what I'm doing resulting in exclusion? Is what I'm doing resulting in some level of discrimination? Privilege and the lack of privilege are how power is distributed in hierarchies. Well, it's one way anyway. And behind every privilege is an imbalance of power, which is largely invisible to those who possess it, but for those who experience the effects of it, it's ever present. And having privilege means having an advantage that is out of your control, that you didn't ask for, and you might not even notice it until you educate yourself about its existence. I think all of that is kind of hard. All of that is kind of true. All true. It's hard to acknowledge our own privilege because privilege is the other side of oppression. Nobody wants to believe that we're oppressing people. That's why when you jump up and call somebody racist, they get all defensive and they get hurt. Because nobody wants to feel that I'm a racist. Nobody wants to do that. Or they say, you're homophobic. Nobody wants to be labeled that way because it doesn't feel good. So it's hard to acknowledge that maybe that's who you are. And because you don't want to be considered as a bad person, so to speak. But privilege, the concept of privilege is not there to make a person feel guilty. Rather just to help you to understand that, some of the ways in which I live my life can be oppressive to other people. What am I doing in my life that's causing diminishment in the life of someone else? Tools of oppression are often disguised or hidden as privilege. Now, oppression simply is things that we do that result in psychological, in the detrimental or diminishing psychological outcomes with other people. So people may feel excluded, they may feel exploited, they may feel controlled, they may feel that you've exacted violence on them, even if it's not physical. And sometimes these psychological effects can cause people to lose their cultural identities and can lead to them internalizing the oppression. What they call internalized oppression is simply people saying bad things about themselves. I get emails, we got a family text, I get a text from one of my brothers all the time to talk about how black people don't like to read, how black people don't want to do this, how black people ain't gonna do this, how black people ain't never gonna get it together. But that's internalized oppression because he's diminishing himself. He's diminishing us. And I said, brother, you're diminishing me. And I don't accept that. But he didn't understand what I was saying. So internalized oppression is taking the in-group favoritism, you might say, the oppressive part of in-group favoritism, and then applying it to yourself as an accepted norm. In other words, as an African American, if I say, yes, I'm on the bottom of the social rung, yes, I'm lazy, yes, I'm stupid, yes, I'm dumb, yes, my intellectual capacities are not great. And when I come, the white people or other people who are not African American, I look at them and all because I think they're smarter than me and better than me, then I've internalized that oppression. And that happens with a lot of that. The flip side of that is the anger that a lot of people in the dominant society feel when that's expressed, because then they get to feeling guilty and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not sure that that's oppression, but it is a reaction. And sometimes that reaction is quite strident. So oppressed persons initially adopt avoidance reactions, which they don't want to happen, but sooner or later, as they get used to it and as they live into it, a lot of times it becomes internalized. I'm going to skip through this if that's okay. And I wanted to play you this video of this guy. I don't know if it's going to play it.
I think one of the biggest disturbances that I have about my dad in particular has to do with his upset about how dark he is. I remember about 10 years ago, and I'm 54, so this wasn't that long ago. 10 years ago, he was visiting, and he showed me a picture of himself when he was 4 years old. I had never seen pictures of him when he was young before. He never showed any photos of himself to us. And he showed me this picture. Yeah, he was 4 years old. He showed me, laid this picture on. He says, look at this. I look at the picture, and it's this cute, beautiful 4-year-old boy, dark. And they lived in the desert. They're even darker, right? So they lived out there in the desert. Dark picture of this 4-year-old, cute 4-year-old. And I said, Dad, oh, you're so cute. How come you haven't shown me these pictures before? This is the first time I've seen them. And he said, well, look at it. And I looked at it and he says, I look like a goddamn piece of charcoal.
Sorry for the word, I couldn't edit it out. But that's an instance of internalized racism. I used to do income taxes in the Chicago area, and I had a lot of persons who were immigrants, primarily from Mexico. And one of my customers was very, very dark, much darker than I am. And he said to me, he said, son, I just hated that I'm black. I just hated that I'm like this, and I wish there was some way I could get rid of this color. I didn't know what to say because he was stuck with it. But that's another instance of internalized racism. And it's pervasive. I I would like to, you can take a time when you have a chance to kind of take a look at this matrix of oppression. And well, maybe we have a little time to do that. Take a look at this matrix of oppression and talk about how social group power and privilege is at work in your setting. This worksheet that I had was for you to identify a social group in your setting and to just kind of see whether they had high power or low power, high social influence or low social influence, privilege, unequal exercise of power, and whether or not you feel that they're experiencing oppression. I think maybe we could work on that. So you want to take 5 minutes to kind of work through that and see what you come up with? Do you have a laptop? Okay. Well, maybe not a good exercise then. I don't think I could make it any larger on this. Okay. Well, let's do this. Identify a social group. Let's just kind of shout it out. Identify a social group in your church, and let's kind of go through these. And you just kind of say a little bit about his power and his influence. I'll call it categories. Can somebody think about a social group in your church and just kind of call it out and see what it is? Like maybe the choir, or yes, United Women of Faith. And is their cultural power, in other words, their ability to set the norms and rules of the culture, is it high or low?
I would say when it comes to the justice issue or social justice, it's high. But as far as maybe some of the dominant culture of the kind of the norms in the congregation, no.
What about their political power, their ability to influence people to change their behavior?
We've been able to do certain things. I'll tell you an example. And this is why I do say the UMW or United Women of Faith, if you have them in your congregation, utilize them to the best of your ability to be in ministry with, because they're going to be the ones that will protect you the most, probably. So when we did talking about disabilities in the church years ago, when they had that as part of their book study, we have those book studies, mission studies every year. We did it in our congregation, and when we did it in our congregation as a local unit, we realized that there's supposed to be an ability audit. And then we went back to the charge conference paperwork, and we realized our trustees were not doing it. They were just ignoring it. I mean, it's in the paperwork. It's always been there forever. They weren't doing it. So we went and we got kind of challenged them in a nice sort of way, and we asked why they weren't. And then they realized the pieces that we weren't. And we realized just how our building wasn't handicapped accessible, but we still kind of got take back. So I'll talk about the influence of how one group can have influence on the whole group. Years later, a couple of years later, when we were talking about having a speaker come in for our Sunday, Women's Sunday, we were like, oh, let's do this. And so one of our teachers was a special ed teacher, and we had her speak, and she talked about how the students couldn't go to the fellowship hall because they were in wheelchairs. Someone had died, one of the first students had died. So the funeral service was there. Pastor offered to have it, but the students couldn't go downstairs because they couldn't get down there because there's no elevator. And then when she said that, it was like an aha moment in realizing we are completely oppressive because we are not welcoming. We cannot welcome children who are in wheelchairs and who have inabilities. And we had people already in our congregation who are seniors who didn't have abilities. So I just use that as an example of how a social group can use their power in collective power for good to influence the rest, but yet we don't think like that because we think so individualistically sometimes.
Okay, so I mean, from what I hear you're saying about the United Women's Group is that they realized that they were exercising power in the context and privilege, and some of that was oppressive to a certain group, and they exercised power in a way that provided a corrective to that.
Right.
So
now we have a lift. It caused, I mean, it took about another 2 or 3 years, but it caused that agitation. I used to say agitation, that our challenge did implement change, and so now we have it. So now that's not a barrier.
okay, that's a positive. That's a positive story there. Anybody else want to take a stab at it, or other than that, we'll move on. Are you guys ready for a break? Huh? Yeah, it's going till 3:30. That's what I was told. Yeah. Why don't you take a break? About a 5-minute break, and when we come back, I'm going to finish this up, and we're going to go into models for about 30 minutes. Okay? Day today, because this day started at 8, probably at 7 o'clock. I'm off you, and you're ready to get home, as I am too. And certainly, I feel that my energy is waning. I'm beginning to bore myself, which I understand is not a good sign. What I'd like to do, with your indulgence, I mean, actually, I thought this was going to end at 3, but when I saw the schedule said 3:30, so I sort of readjusted things. But what I'd like to do, with your indulgence, is I want to just spend a couple minutes talking about intercultural conflict, because it's an entree to the model. And then I want to spend the last time just talking about the model for entering into the for the congregation, and that should go relatively quickly, and then we can wind up. So I promise to try not to keep you. I promise not to keep you here beyond your tolerance limit, though some of you may already be here beyond your tolerance limit. And it's anyway, we'll try to get through. Will you join me in singing as a way of inviting other people in? This song that I've been assured by our director of Connection Ministries that everybody knows it. Well, I haven't been assured by her of that, but she knew it. So since she knows it, I just implied that everybody else knew it too. But that's a better way to say it. It's just, hallelujah, 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 praise ye the Lord. Hallelujah, 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 praise ye the Lord. Praise ye the Lord, hallelujah, praise ye the Lord, hallelujah, praise ye the Lord, hallelujah, praise ye the Lord. Amen. Well, I had wanted to sing that with a lot of energy, but I couldn't bring the energy up to do it. But at any rate, you sounded good. So thank you. Listen, I'm going to get started. And like I said, we're going to try to just kind of run through this. And but still feel free to raise your hands and make a comment as we go. One of the fundamental assumptions that I'm making in this whole conversation, and one of the reasons why we went through the small group or social group discussion, is that prejudice and bias, social prejudice and bias, and the exercises of power that come out of prejudice and bias, such as discrimination and marginalization, exclusion, are outcomes of what is considered intercultural conflict. And so this is a conflict approach to it. And the approach essentially says that cultural differences can create social conflict and damage the relationship when persons of different cultural backgrounds meet and interact with each other. For instance, here's this visual of an Asian man and a woman, presumably Caucasian, who are greeting each other, and she's reaching to shake his hand and he's bowing, and each of them don't understand why the other is behaving as they are. It's a cultural difference, and it's a mild form of intercultural conflict simply because they are not conversant with the greeting protocols of each one's culture. Conflict happens when people depend on each other, when they interact with each other and affect each other, and they perceive that their goals are incompatible and that the person that they're interacting with is interfering with their ability to achieve their goals. And most often goals of status and power and things of that nature if we talk about groups. Now, I'm not going to go through that long discussion, but perceptions are probably the most important element of feeding conflict. Now, that's true whether it's intercultural or not. It's how we perceive. Now, how we perceive and what is actual aren't always the same. People can look at, the same people can look at an event and have different perceptions of that event, because the perception is simply an interpretation. And that interpretation is fueled and guided by how we're socialized, what our beliefs are, what our values are, what our emotions are, what our past experiences are, and things of that nature. And what's important about perceptions is our own personal, the characteristics of the person being perceived, and the characteristics of the situation in which the perception is happening, and also the characteristics of the perceiver. And trust has a lot to do with how we perceive people. We perceive strangers often differently than we do people who are close to us. And so in relations between social groups, perceptions can be highly influenced by prejudice and bias that arises from our social group norms and distinctive needs. And those perceptions then can affect judgments and can affect our ability to live well together with each other. So the beginning point for changing perceptions of persons who are interacting interculturally is to reduce or eliminate prejudices or biases that influence their perceptions. So that's simply what we're saying is that when people of different cultures or social groups interact, if there's social prejudice or bias over in the polls of one group or another, that colors the attitudes and behaviors that we have towards people in other groups. To diminish or remove the presence or influence of detrimental prejudice and bias, we should establish equity between persons, trust, and we should change how we identify ourselves over and against other people. And when we can do that, then we achieve what could be called reconciliation. And reconciliation is the bringing together, of course, what is broken. And it can promote healing and restoration of formerly broken relationships. Now, you know, if you're in a situation where you're experiencing discrimination or oppression, that is a broken relationship. And when it's reconciled, the oppression is eliminated and is removed. So social reconciliation is the process of removing the emotional barriers to achieve a sustainable peaceful relationships between groups of people, and it assists in their healing, and it assists in removing collective feelings of pain and guilt, which influence our person's behavior, perceived actions, and intentions of other persons. Now, this is following a reconciliation approach. It's not so much a conflict resolution approach, although there are some people that say if you follow a reconciliation approach, you will also resolve your conflict. Ultimately, using cultural competency achieves reconciliation because it can help to promote social cultural change, relational change, and identity related change. And you can look at that later, but I want to talk about 3 dimensions of change, the social cultural change, in terms of reconciliation. This dimension basically reflects the perspective that social inequality between advantaged and disadvantaged groups is the key reason for conflicts. The key reason because that conflicts become intractable or difficult to change. And what that simply means is that the structure of the culture, its norms and its rules, are a key element in causing conflict between cultures. So if you have administrative rules and practices and norms that are oppressive to other people, then that can cause conflict. And to resolve that, you have to take a look at your structure, at your culture rules, to change them so they become more equitable. The second dimension is the dimension of relational change, and that reflects the perspective that conflict leads to distrust and negative perceptions about persons who are members of other groups or people other than one's own. So that intercultural conflict and the exercise of power by one group or the other causes distrust. And that distrust is essentially diminished when people are exposed to other folks, because a lot of times distrust happens simply because of the myths and the stereotypes that we have about other people. We haven't really experienced them. So one major way of establishing trust is what's called contact. And contact has to do with getting to know people other than yourselves. And the best way of having contact is to work on projects that benefit both people. So that if you're in a situation where you're with people that you don't know anything about and you work on a project that helps them and helps you, then you have what they call cooperative contact, and that helps to build trust between both of you. And when you can build trust between people, then that helps the relationships to change. So in your churches, if persons of different ethnicities, different orientations, different abilities work on mutually beneficial projects together, they get to know each other as they're working on these projects, they will build trust. The other way of building trust is to say, well, here's a social group composed of people who are not like you. Why don't you become a part of that social group and get to know those people there? And it's called cross-group membership. So that if you belong to groups of people who are not like you get to know them, and it can build trust. And that is another way of building trust. And the third dimension is the identity-related perspective, and it's identity change. And that has to do with how do I identify myself in respect to you? What do I think of you? So my identity, part of my identity is what I think about other people. Part of my identity as an African American is what I think about Asians, what I think about Hispanics, what I think about even Africans, or what I think about Caucasians. It's part of my identity. And the negative and detrimental parts of the identity need to change. And a lot of it has to do with the decision not to perceive myself as the victim. And for folk who are in the dominant settings, the ability to begin not to feel guilty about who you are. And actually, in practice, that gets to be biblical, because what affects and helps that are engaging in acts of forgiveness, in confession, in taking on responsibility for your behavior and the outcomes of your behavior. And if persons of different groups can engage in mutual acts of confession, repentance, and forgiveness, that can effect identity change. And if those three elements of effecting identity change and building trust and making structures actionable happen, then you can achieve reconciliation. And cultural competency methods are effective ways of helping to make that happen. And Grace has already told us a little bit about what cultural competence is, but just briefly, basic attributes of culturally competent people: that you have basic understanding of your own culture, a willingness to learn about others, a positive attitude towards cultural differences, and a willingness to accept and respect those differences. And it comes out of making yourself aware, getting knowledge about not only about yourself. How many of us really truly know about who we are and what caused us to be who we are? Some of us do, but many of us don't even know about our own culture and our own heritage. So gaining awareness, knowledge, and skills and changing our attitudes leads into cultural competence. And so my thesis is that the practice of doing these cultural competency practices, at least the practice of engaging in these cultural competency activities, will build trust, will lead to a changing of social structures, and will cause people to engage in the type of things they need to do to effect identity change. And that's what engaging in cultural competency practices will help you do. So at the individual level, cultural competence, you have to examine your own attitudes and values, and you have to gain new attitudes and values and skills that helps you work appropriately in cross-cultural settings. And you have to value diversity, you have to understand and effectively respond to cultural differences, engage in cultural self-assessment, make adaptations, and institutionalize the knowledge so that it doesn't get lost. Now, I trust that you will kind of take a look at the slides when you get home, kind of see some of the ways that we parse that out. And what I'm going to do now is to change the slides, and I'm going to move into our discussion that are helpful, and I'll certainly be happy to give you some other resources. But this model is based on basically this discussion of intercultural conflict, a brief discussion that we had. And it assumes that, number one, it provides a framework for reducing social prejudice and bias in congregations based on various characteristics. And it assumes that social prejudice and bias result in perceptions that give rise to social conflict, but it can be resolved when the perceptions are changed. And to change perceptions, you have to build trust, you have to make structures equitable, and you must have a revision of identity. And if you use cultural competency methods, that will be effective in doing that. So we assume also that all organizations such as churches are composed of social groups that normally, and that members of organizations normally have one or two primary social groups to identify with or are strongly influenced by. And social groups tend to have in-group favoritism out of which social prejudice and bias are outcomes. And when it's combined with the exercise of power, they can result in detrimental behaviors. So the model is this, is that when you enter into a church situation, that number one, you need to know the lay of the land. Now, you may know the lay of the land anecdotally. You may know it in your head because you've been there for a while, because you've been there for a while and you kind of know what's happening. But to have an assessment of your setting helps to give clarification to your perception, let you know if my perceptions are on target or not. Then you kind of classify your church, and then you would engage in some education and dialogue promotion, and then you would engage in activities to build trust, to revise identity, and to build equitable structure. So that's the basic outline of the model. And first step is assessment. It begins with assessing yourself. Let me put this in the form. Right. Okay, assessment begins with assessing yourself. Now, I've given you, you want to assess yourself in terms of cultural awareness, knowledge, skills, and attitude, which are the components of cultural competency. Cultural awareness is awareness of life experiences in regard to your culture, contact with other cultures and ethnicities, awareness of positive and negative experience with other cultures, and awareness of who you are in terms of your own ethnicity or racism, prejudice, and discrimination. Cultural knowledge has to do with understanding the terms related to cultural diversity, knowledge of demographics of culturally diverse populations, developing critical thinking, perspective of cultural diversity. In other words, you don't think of it simplistically. And understanding the history of oppression of social groups and knowledge of culturally diverse values. Skill attainment has to do with becoming effective in communication, overcoming language barriers, discerning wants and needs of persons with diverse cultural heritages, identifying potential problems and the solutions, and identifying stress and constraints of persons belonging to cultural groups other than your own. And attitudes, of course, have to do with how you feel towards other people. Whether your feelings are good or bad, and whether you think your experience with people are pleasant or unpleasant. And just to understand how your attitudes can influence your behavior. And understanding how your attitudes towards yourself and towards others influence your behavior, not just towards them, but also towards persons in your own social group. I sent you a questionnaire, which we won't have time to go over it today, but you might want to complete that questionnaire, and you can also, as you're entering in your church, that could be an initial piece in your church. It's just ask people to fill out this self-assessment questionnaire, and that questionnaire was adapted by Lum of cultural competence and social workers. So the first part is assessing yourself. The second part is assessing your organization. And you want to assess your organization on the level of cultural sensitivity. And we talked about the stages of cultural sensitivity. You want to assess your organization in terms of their cultural competency. And we talked about the cultural competency continuum. And I've given you a couple worksheets that you can use to make that assessment. And this just kind of helps you to know where the congregation is. Then you want to assess your current structure. What are the rules and the norms of the culture, and what is their level of cultural sensitivity? And what changes are needed? And so I gave you a couple of worksheets there that you can use for that assessment too. The next thing you want to do is kind of take a look at your congregational characteristics. There's a lot of characteristics in your congregation that you might want to use. But if we're talking about culture change, what we really want to know is who can help to influence culture change? Who can help to make culture change happen? Again, you might know that anecdotally in your head, but it's good to have an assessment, and there's two ways of assessing that I'm showing. There's a number of ways of assessing for it, but these two that I'm presenting is the first is social relationship mapping. In other words, you kind of take a look at people in your group and you identify the primary social group they belong to, and what is their relationship with other people in the group. So you pick out people and you see how they relate to each other. Is this a relationship of power? Is this a relationship that doesn't exhibit power? Is it an amicable relationship? Is it a fractured relationship? What's the nature of the relationship? So you can see how relationships look in your church. And you can also have some idea of who's influencing who. And you have to do that by asking people questions, of course. Not just by your own observation, but by the observations of other people and what they can tell you. And then the next one is just a chart to identify then who really has influence in your congregation and who do they influence. So that may be helpful for you in pulling out and identifying people that can help to bring your church into some type of cultural change. And then you want to identify your church in terms of where it is in terms of this continuum. Then you want to engage in some level of education, just like we're having something here. You want to educate your congregation, first about the assessment, and then also about some important things about cultural competency and that type of thing. So you want to have some type of education for the congregation. And there's some suggested topics that we have here. And this, I think, is important, to simply have a dialogue with people in your congregation. Ask them, how are you feeling about this? How are you feeling about diversity? How are you feeling about multiculturalism? Given what we said, given what the education that we have, how are you feeling? Where are you at? And this would be nice if you had a church conference conversation at the level. Because then you want to test the sentiments and see if people are ready with their sentiments to begin to enter into this. Can they take a large step and a baby step of what? So I think having a dialogue is very, very important. And again, you want to let people know what you're doing, so you want to do some level of information. And then you want to implement it. And how you implement it is basically to engage in what we said, building trust, revising your social structure so it's more effective and helping to promote identity change. Now, we're probably out of time, going closely, so I won't say a lot about this, except that to build trust, you want to raise awareness, which is learning about various cultures, learning about certainly the cultures that are intersecting in your congregation. What is their history? What are their values? What are their achievements? And to learn about the history of oppression. You know, when you talk about Caucasians, there's a history of oppression in Caucasian groups. I mean, after all, a lot of people that identify as Caucasian now, in the dominant group now, were oppressed when they came. People come from Italy, people come from Poland, even nowadays, people coming from Eastern Europe. And they would be considered a dominant society, but still there's a history of oppression. Get to learn that. Get to learn the history of oppression of your own group, of your own people. And also then of others. And with knowledge is studying issues important to persons belonging to other orientations, to other ethnicities. And what are the words in the language that they use in terms of their cultural groups? And what literature is out there about them? And you can do book studies, you can do Bible studies there, on all of that. And gaining skills to build trust. And I talked about engagement in projects of mutual benefit, encouraging people to join groups other than the ones that they strongly identify with, and learning the language, cultural values, and rules of other ethnic groups, so that your attitudes can change. And that can happen when you get positive information on diversity, when people are able to engage positively with people of other ethnicities or other orientations or other ability, And when you can have videos, you can have movies, you can have, again, book studies, things of that nature, profile. You take a look at various ethnicities, organizations, or abilities. Who are the people that have contributed? Who are important people in these social groups that have contributed to society? Get to know and study them, and that could help to build trust too. Now, identity change is interesting in that you want to raise awareness about people other than yourself by sharing narratives about their life experiences, their challenges, their victories, accomplishments, joys, and sorrows, and their and how their accomplishments have benefited our society. But also to understand the importance of confession in terms of knowledge, understanding the importance of confession, repentance, and forgiveness, and promoting identity change. You got to let go of some stuff. You've got to open yourself to others, and forgiveness and repentance and confession are very, very important. Again, I say it's not so much a religious concept as it is an action concept. Action and conflict work when they're promoting reconciliation, identity change. That's exactly what they promote. Forgiveness, but you cannot have forgiveness truly because people find it hard to forgive if they do not know that a person is accepting responsibility for what they did. And for people in the dominant group, particularly in the United States, where people say, I haven't done anything. You have to accept responsibility for what your ancestors did. Because after all, most of the southwestern states within the United States, they were not taken from the Native Americans. There's a lot of other incidents where the reason why you have your privilege today is because what your ancestors did decades and centuries ago. And it's important to own that. My privilege comes from what they did. And that's accepting responsibility. Being able to tolerate difference and ask for forgiveness and that type of thing. I think that healing services and worship services are good for changing attitudes, healing services and rituals. Role playing. There is a process called participatory theater that I'm even doing in Beloit that is helpful for people acting out and playing out their differences and their difficulties. And that can be something you could do in your church. You can read up on it. If you want me to send you some resources on it, send me an email and I'll send you some resources on it. But that and theater, doing artistic works and poems can help in changing attitudes and identity change. And of course, revising structures is simply looking at our rules and looking at our policies and seeing how they can become more culturally sensitive. So that's pretty much the model. And I think that you might find a place and space where you might want to apply it. And you can do it. There's a lot of ways that you can focus on. You can go to the way of the common in-group model, which means that I'm going to use these practices to try to get people to identify as one single unit, the people of God. That may be your initial approach, and some people have tried that. Or you can focus on helping people communicate better. And as you focus on helping them communicate better, you can enter into these cultural competency practices. And that's pretty much the approach that I think McFadden's using in the book that she has. Or you can use the model that I've just given you, which I call intercultural conflict resolution. And of course, you always want to get feedback from your congregation. So be sure that you have some level of evaluation. And it's helpful a lot of times if you're really serious about seeing if you're affecting change, is to do a evaluation before you even get started. And one at some point in time where you think you want to see if any changes come about. Okay, I think that I appreciate that you tolerated me, and Grace too, I guess. But Grace had a great presentation, and I think that we're at, and I would encourage you, if you'd like, to send me emails or whatever, and we can do back and forth and talk. And we do on the second Saturday of the month, we do have our open forums at 10. And over the summer, we're just going to talk. We're not going to present any content. It's just going to be talk for June, July, and August. And then we will go back into some training in September. So I appreciate that you're being here. And Sue, I don't know if you're doing any wrap up or what. Offer benediction. Okay, then I'll offer a short benediction of prayer. God, you're with us, and we give you thanks that you have been with us through this time of training and interaction. And we know, God, that your spirit will work through your people to bring about good and positive change. We thank you for the people who have been here, who have participated. And we know, God, that you will work in all circumstances to empower us to truly be your people, building the kingdom with all different kinds of cultures and all different kinds of people. We give you praise and praise. And now be with us as we travel. Give us a safe travel and a good night. We give you thanks and praise in the name of Jesus. Amen. Not quite a benediction, but thank you very much.